Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the bed looked made, crisp, almost too perfect. But when I tried to pull the sheets up, they wouldn't budge. I lifted the mattress. The sheets weren't tucked in, they were knotted underneath, tight knots. Not from me, not from any way sheets are meant to fit. They had tension like something below was holding on. I cut them loose. The next night they were tied again, tighter, and one end was wet. The rental property had been empty for months before I moved in. The landlord mentioned the previous tenant left suddenly, but people leave rentals all the time. I didn't think much of it until I found the first note wedged between the bathroom mirror and its frame. Check the basement again. The smell gets worse when it rains. I hadn't noticed any smell. The basement was concrete and shadows, typical for an older building. But after reading those words, I caught something faint, sweet, wrong. The handwriting was careful, deliberate. Someone had taken time with this message, someone who knew I'd find it. I called the landlord about the basement. He said the previous tenant had complained about water damage down there, but the plumber found nothing, just old pipes and settling foundation. Normal stuff. But the note wasn't about normal stuff. I started checking the sheets every night before bed. Sometimes they were loose, sometimes knotted. The pattern made no sense. I changed the locks, installed a security camera in the bedroom. The footage showed nothing unusual, just me sleeping, tossing, waking up to check those damn sheets. The wet spots were always in the same place, near the foot of the bed, soaking through from underneath. No leaks in the ceiling, no spilled water. The moisture had a slight discoloration, yellowish around the edges, and it carried that same sweet smell from the basement. I found the second note inside a kitchen drawer I rarely used. The previous tenant tried to tell someone, check the police reports from last spring. The local police station had those reports filed under a different address 1 block over. Noise complaints mostly, neighbors reporting sounds from the basement, scraping, rhythmic thumping. Officers responded twice, found nothing suspicious. The complainant stopped calling after that. But the address was wrong. The sounds were coming from my building. I talked to the neighbor who'd made those calls. She lived across the street, could see directly into the basement windows of my rental. She remembered the previous tenant clearly. A quiet person who kept strange hours, always carrying bags down to the basement. They had visitors, she said, but I never saw anyone leave. The basement windows were painted black from the inside. I hadn't noticed that before. Fresh paint applied recently, the kind of paint that blocks light completely. I scraped away a corner of the paint with my house key. The glass underneath was clean, too clean. Someone had washed it thoroughly before painting over it. The third note was tucked inside my pillowcase. The knots aren't random, count them, same number each time. I started counting, 7 knots, always 7, tied with surgical precision, each one identical to the last. The kind of knots that take practice to tie quickly, quietly. The sheets themselves were mine. I'd brought them from my last apartment, but someone else had been handling them. The fabric showed where patterns I didn't recognize, small tears near the knots that hadn't been there before. I bought new sheets, different color, different material. By morning they were knotted underneath, 7 precise ties holding them taut against the mattress frame. The landlord's story started changing when I pressed him for details. First, he said the previous tenant had left no forwarding address. Then he mentioned they'd left some belongings in the basement. When I asked to see them, he claimed they'd been cleared out months ago. But the basement door had a new lock, industrial grade, the kind used on storage units. I'd never seen the landlord use that key. I found the 4th note in my coffee mug. The wet spots matched the size of a human head. I measured, the note was right. The damp areas on the sheets formed a rough oval about the right dimensions. The moisture always appeared in the same position, like someone lying there, breathing heavily, sweating through the fabric. I started sleeping on the couch. The next morning the sheets were still knotted, but now they were soaked completely through. Water dripped from the mattress onto the floor, forming a small puddle that reflected the ceiling light. The basement smell was getting stronger. I bought an air freshener, but it only made things worse. The sweet scent mixed with artificial pine, creating something nauseating that lingered in my throat. I called a friend who worked in property management. She said tenants leaving suddenly was common, but landlords keeping their belongings wasn't, especially not for months. There were laws about abandoned property, procedures to follow. The 5th note was waiting on my pillow when I came home from work. The previous tenant is still here. I checked every room, every closet, every corner where someone might hide. Nothing, but the basement door was slightly open, though I remembered closing it that morning. The new lock was still engaged, but somehow the door had shifted. I pressed my ear against the wood. Silence, but not empty silence, the kind that happens when someone is trying very hard not to make noise. I bought a crowbar and broke the lock. The basement was different than I remembered, cleaner, too clean. The concrete floor had been scrubbed recently, but I could still see faint outlines where something had been dragged across it. The scrape marks led to a corner where the floor looked newer, slightly different in color. There was a sleeping bag in that corner, damp, used recently. The fabric was the same color as the wet spots on my sheets. I found more notes down there, dozens of them, stuffed behind the water heater, all in the same careful handwriting, all addressed to me by name. Notes describing my daily routine, my work schedule, the way I made coffee each morning. The previous tenant had been watching me, learning my patterns, preparing. The final note was different, written in shaky letters that barely resembled the others. I can't leave, the landlord won't let me. He knows what I did. He's keeping me here in the walls, in the spaces between. The sheets are how I breathe. I called the police that night. They came, looked around, took some notes. The basement was empty when they searched it. No sleeping bag, no signs of habitation, just old pipes and settling foundation. The officer said it sounded like harassment, maybe someone trying to scare me out of the rental. He suggested I install better locks, maybe stay somewhere else for a few days. But I knew it wasn't harassment. The previous tenant was still there, still paying rent in their own way, still sleeping in my bed, knotting my sheets, breathing through the fabric. I moved out the next week. The landlord kept my security deposit, said I'd violated the lease by breaking the basement lock. He had new tenants lined up already, a young couple who seemed excited about the low rent. I drove past the building a month later. The basement windows were painted black again, fresh coat. The The new tenant's car was in the driveway, but I didn't see them around. The bed in my new apartment has simple sheets. No knots, no wet spots, but sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I can still smell that sweet scent from the basement, and I wonder if the previous tenant found a way to follow me. Or if they're still there in that basement, waiting for the next person to discover the notes. The next person to count the knots and measure the wet spots and realize that some tenants never really leave. The sheets still tie themselves sometimes, even here. 7 knots pulled tight from below. And I'm starting to think I know who's doing it. Crime 2, I moved the coats and saw them. Hundreds of nails driven point first into the back wall. They weren't from construction. They were decorative, intentional, each bent slightly inward as if meant to keep something in. I touched one, it wiggled, not loose, responsive. I haven't opened that closet since. But every morning, one nail is missing. The house came with furniture. The seller insisted on it, said it would be easier for everyone involved. I didn't question it at the time. Moving is stressful enough without having to furnish an entire home from scratch. The previous owner had been an elderly woman who passed away peacefully in her sleep, or so the realtor told me. Her family lived across the country and just wanted the property sold quickly. The closet was in the master bedroom. Nothing unusual about it from the outside. Standard bifold doors, white paint that had yellowed slightly around the edges. The kind of closet you'd find in any suburban home built in the 70s. I'd been living here for 3 weeks before I decided to fully explore what the previous owner had left behind. Most of her clothes were still hanging there. Floral dresses that smelled of lavender and mothballs. Cardigans, sweaters in muted colors. Sensible shoes lined up on the floor. I was planning to donate everything to charity. It felt wrong to just throw away someone's entire wardrobe, even if I'd never met her. That's when I pushed the clothes aside and discovered the nails. At first I thought it might be some kind of artistic installation. Maybe the old woman had been eccentric, but the more I stared at them, the more disturbing they became. They were arranged in perfect rows like a military formation. Each nail was identical in length and thickness. Someone had spent considerable time and effort installing them. I called the realtor. She seemed confused by my description. Nails in the closet, that's odd. I don't remember seeing anything like that when we showed the house. They're all over the back wall, hundreds of them. Are you sure they weren't there before? Maybe you just didn't notice them during the walkthrough. I knew I would have noticed, but I let it go. The house was mine now. Whatever strange decorating choices the previous owner had made were my responsibility to deal with. I decided to remove them myself, started with the ones on the left side. Each nail came out easily, leaving behind a small hole in the drywall. The wood underneath was dark, almost black, water damage maybe, or something else. After removing about 20 nails, I found the first letter. It was wedged behind one of the nails, folded into a tiny square. The paper was yellowed and brittle, like it had been there for years. The handwriting was shaky, barely legible. I know what you did, I know what you're hiding. The closet remembers everything. No signature, no date, no indication of who had written it or who it was meant for. I found more letters as I continued removing nails. Each one was similar, short, accusatory, written in the same trembling hand. Some were threats, others were confessions. All of them were signed with the same initial, M. M wrote about watching, about waiting, about secrets that couldn't stay buried forever. The letters painted a picture of someone who was deeply disturbed, someone who believed they were being watched, followed, threatened. The handwriting became increasingly erratic as I read through them chronologically. The later letters were almost impossible to read, filled with paranoid ramblings about neighbors and conspiracies. I started researching the previous owner. Her name was Margaret, according to the property records. She'd lived in the house for over 40 years, bought it as a young widow with a small inheritance, never remarried, no children, few visitors, according to the neighbors I spoke with. The woman next door remembered her as quiet and polite, said she'd become increasingly reclusive in her final years, stopped maintaining the yard, rarely left the house except for essential errands. Sometimes she could be heard talking to herself late at night. She was always looking over her shoulder, the neighbor told me, like she was afraid of something or someone. Did she ever mention feeling threatened? Not directly, but she asked me once if I'd seen anyone lurking around her property. Said she'd been getting strange phone calls, hang-ups mostly, sometimes heavy breathing. I asked about the letters. The neighbor had never seen Margaret writing, but she noticed packages being delivered regularly. Small manila envelopes with no return address. Margaret would snatch them from the mailbox quickly, like she was afraid someone might see. The police records showed several calls from Margaret's address over the past few years. Noise complaints from neighbors, reports of suspicious activity, wellness checks when she stopped answering her door. Each time, officers found nothing unusual. Just an elderly woman living alone, becoming increasingly paranoid as her mental health deteriorated. But the letters suggested something else. They referenced specific events, specific people, names that had been blacked out with heavy marker, making them illegible, dates that had been scratched out with such force that they'd torn through the paper. I began to notice patterns in the letters, references to the incident and what happened to her, mentions of someone named Sarah who had disappeared and whose family deserved to know the truth. The letters became increasingly focused on this Sarah, whoever she was. I checked missing persons reports going back decades, found 3 women named Sarah who had vanished from the area over the past 30 years, all young, all attractive, all last seen in circumstances that suggested they'd met with foul play. The first Sarah had been a college student who disappeared while walking home from a party. Her car was found abandoned by the side of the road, keys still in the ignition. No sign of struggle, no witnesses. The case went cold after 6 months. The second Sarah was a nurse who vanished during her shift at the local hospital. Her purse was found in the parking garage, but she was never seen again. Coworkers said she'd seemed nervous in the weeks before her disappearance, like she was afraid of something. The third Sarah was a teacher who failed to show up for work one morning. Her apartment was undisturbed, but her bed hadn't been slept in. Neighbors reported hearing raised voices the night before, but no one could identify who had been arguing. The letters referenced details that hadn't been released to the public, specific locations where evidence had been found, conversations that had allegedly taken place between the victims and their alleged attacker, information that only someone involved in the crimes could have known. I started mapping the locations mentioned in the letters. Most were within a few miles of Margaret's house, places where the Sarahs had worked, lived, or been last seen. The pattern formed a rough circle with Margaret's house at the center. I found photographs tucked behind more nails, Polaroids that had been taken from a distance showing young women going about their daily lives, shopping for groceries, walking to their cars, sitting in coffee shops, all of them brunettes, all of them in their 20s, all of them bearing a striking resemblance to the missing Sarahs. The photos were dated. They spanned several years, ending abruptly about 5 years ago. Around the same time the letters had stopped. I contacted the detective who had worked the Sarah cases. He was retired now, but still remembered the frustration of unsolved disappearances. I told him about the letters and the photographs. He agreed to meet me at a diner downtown. He was younger than I'd expected for someone who'd been working these cases for decades. Tired eyes like he'd seen too much. He ordered coffee and studied the letters I'd brought. "This handwriting," he said, "it's familiar. We got anonymous tips on all 3 cases. Letters sent to the police station, always postmarked from different locations. Same shaky handwriting, same accusations without evidence." "Did you ever trace them?" "Tried, but whoever was sending them was careful. Used different post offices, different times of day. No cameras caught anything useful. We assumed it was just someone with mental health issues who'd become obsessed with the cases." He picked up one of the photographs. "This one, she looks familiar." I leaned forward. "One of the Sarahs." "No, someone else. Another missing person case from about 10 years ago, but her name wasn't Sarah." He pulled out his phone and scrolled through old case files, found the photo he was looking for. The resemblance was unmistakable. Jennifer, 23 years old, disappeared from the mall parking lot. Never found her body, but we had a suspect.
Who?
Guy named Michael, worked maintenance at the mall, had a history of following women, making them uncomfortable. But we could never prove he was involved in Jennifer's disappearance. He had alibis for the times when the Sarahs went missing too. "Where is he now?" "Dead, killed in a car accident about 5 years ago, right around the time these letters stopped." I felt something cold settle in my stomach. Did Michael live alone? "As far as I know, why?" "Did he have any female relatives, someone who might have been protecting him?" The detective's expression changed. He lived with his mother, elderly woman, very devoted to her son. She swore he was innocent, said he was home with her every night, that he would never hurt anyone. "What was her name?" "Margaret." I drove home in a daze. Margaret hadn't been the victim of harassment. She'd been the mother of a predator. The letters weren't paranoid delusions. They were confessions. Admissions of guilt written by someone who knew the truth about what her son had done. The nails in the closet weren't decorative. They were a shrine, a memorial to the victims her son had killed. Each nail represented a life taken. Each letter hidden behind them was a prayer for forgiveness that would never come. I understood now why Margaret had become reclusive, why she'd seemed afraid. She hadn't been afraid of being discovered. She'd been afraid of her own conscience. But something still didn't make sense. If Margaret had known about her son's crimes, why hadn't she contacted the police? Why hide the evidence instead of turning him in? I found the answer in the final letter, hidden behind the last nail I removed. I gave him alibis. I lied to protect him. I am as guilty as he is, but I cannot live with what we did to those girls. I cannot live with their families not knowing the truth. I have tried to tell the police, but they don't believe an old woman's confessions. They think I am losing my mind. Maybe I am, but I remember where he buried them. I remember everything. The letter included a hand-drawn map, locations marked with X's, burial sites scattered throughout the woods behind the house, places where the missing women had been laid to rest. I called the detective immediately. He arrived with a forensics team and ground-penetrating radar. They found the first body within hours. Sarah, the college student, she'd been buried in a shallow grave just 50 yards from Margaret's back door. The second Sarah was found that evening, the third the next morning. Jennifer was there too, and two other women whose disappearances had never been connected to the other cases. Margaret had died knowing the truth, had died carrying the weight of her son's crimes and her own complicity. The nails in the closet had been her way of keeping the secret contained, of honoring the victims while protecting her son's memory. But secrets like that don't stay buried forever. They eat away at you from the inside until there's nothing left but guilt and regret. I moved out of the house the next week, couldn't sleep in a place where such terrible knowledge had been hidden, where a mother had chosen loyalty over justice for so long. The new owners tore down the closet, replaced it with built-in shelving. They said they wanted to start fresh, to erase the darkness that had lived in those walls. But I still wake up sometimes thinking about those nails, about Margaret sitting in that closet, writing letters to victims she'd never met, about the weight of secrets that grow heavier with each passing day. The missing nail each morning hadn't been supernatural. It had been my subconscious, pulling them out one by one as I slept. My mind's way of forcing me to confront the truth that Margaret had hidden for so long. Some secrets are too heavy to carry alone. Some closets are meant to be opened. But I wonder sometimes if it would have been better to leave those nails in place, to let the dead rest and the living forget, to preserve the illusion that monsters don't live among us, protected by the people who should love us most. The families of the victims finally have answers. They finally know what happened to their daughters, but knowing the truth doesn't always bring peace. Sometimes it just replaces one kind of pain with another. I drive past the house occasionally. The new owners have painted it a cheerful yellow. They've planted flowers in the yard. Children play on the swing set they installed where the shallow graves used to be. It looks like a normal house now, the kind of place where families grow up and make memories, where secrets are small and harmless, limited to surprise parties and hidden Christmas presents. But I know what lies beneath that fresh paint and those bright flowers. I know that evil doesn't announce itself with dramatic flourishes. It hides in plain sight, protected by ordinary people who make extraordinary choices in the name of love. The closet is gone, but the truth it contained will never disappear. Some nails can't be removed. Some secrets leave scars that never heal. Some mothers love their children so much that they're willing to let other mothers grieve forever. Margaret took her son's crimes to the grave, but the dead don't keep secrets as well as the living. Eventually, everything comes to light. Eventually, every nail gets pulled from the wall. I just wish I'd left them there. Crime 3, it shouldn't have been. I hadn't used it. No one had. But the handle was warm and the bristles were damp. Not recently rinsed, soaked, like it had been inside someone's mouth. The mirror above the sink was fogged, even though the water hadn't run. And there was something written in the condensation. Not words, just a shape of teeth. I stared at that shape until it faded, wondering if I'd imagined it. The apartment felt different that morning. The air held a weight I couldn't name. My flatmate's door stood slightly ajar, which was wrong. She always kept it closed, even when she was home. I called her name, no answer. The silence stretched through the hallway, broken only by the drip of water somewhere I couldn't locate. Each drop seemed to echo longer than it should, creating ripples in the quiet that made my skin crawl. I pushed her door open. The bed was made with hospital corners, sheets pulled tight enough to bounce a coin. Her clothes hung in the closet by color, darkest to lightest, everything perfect, everything exactly as she would have left it. Except for the wet footprints on the hardwood floor. Bare feet size smaller than mine, leading from the bed to the window. The prints were already fading, but I could still make out the arch, the curve of toes. They stopped at the window ledge where the glass stood open to the morning air. I touched the sill, it was dry. That's when I started keeping track of things, small things, things that might not mean anything to anyone else but felt important to me. The way the milk in the refrigerator had been moved from the left side to the right. The way the living room couch cushions had been fluffed, though neither of us ever fluffed them. The way the spare key under the flower pot had been placed back at a slightly different angle. I began writing everything down in a notebook I kept hidden in my desk drawer, not because I thought something terrible had happened, not yet, but because my memory felt unreliable, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. The first entry was simple, toothbrush warm, mirror fogged, footprints. The second entry came 3 days later, her coffee mug in the sink. She doesn't drink coffee. I knew she didn't drink coffee because she'd told me caffeine made her anxious. She drank herbal tea exclusively, keeping 7 different types in neat rows in the cabinet. But there it was, a ceramic mug with coffee stains around the rim and the faint smell of something bitter and burnt. I held the mug up to the light. There were fingerprints on the handle, but they were smudged, as if someone had tried to wipe them clean. The police officer who came to take my missing person report was younger than I expected. He had the kind of face that probably looked serious in a mirror, but seemed almost bored when he listened to me describe the footprints and the toothbrush and the coffee mug. "How long since you've seen her?" he asked, pen poised over his notepad. 5 days. And she didn't say where she was going. No, but she always tells me, always. He wrote something down. I couldn't read it from where I sat, but his handwriting was small and cramped. "Any problems between you two? Arguments, money issues?" The question hung in the air like smoke. I wanted to say no, that we got along fine, that she was quiet and clean, and always paid her half of the rent on the first of the month. But that would have been a lie, and I was already drowning in questions I couldn't answer. "She'd been acting strange," I said instead, nervous, like she was expecting something. "Expecting what?" "I don't know, someone maybe." She started checking the locks obsessively, all of them, multiple times before bed. He wrote that down too. The scratching of his pen against paper was the only sound in the room. "Did she have a boyfriend, ex-boyfriend?" "Not that I knew of. She was private about her personal life." "Family?" "I never met any. She got calls sometimes, but she always took them in her room." The officer closed his notepad and stood up. "We'll look into it. In the meantime, if she contacts you, let us know right away." He left me with a business card and a case number I was supposed to reference if I called. After he was gone, I sat in the living room and stared at the card until the numbers blurred together. That night, I went through her room more carefully. Her dresser drawers were organized with the same precision as her closet, underwear folded in perfect squares. socks arranged by thickness. But at the back of the bottom drawer, underneath a stack of winter sweaters, I found something that made my breath catch. A box of hair dye, not the kind you buy at a drugstore, but professional grade, the type used in salons. The color was called Midnight Black, and the box was half empty. Her hair was blonde, had always been blonde as far as I knew. I turned the box over in my hands, looking for a receipt or a date, anything that might tell me when she'd bought it. Instead, I found a small piece of paper tucked into the bottom of the box. It was torn from a larger sheet, and all it said was, "Next Thursday, same place, don't be late." No signature, no date, just those 6 words in handwriting I didn't recognize. I sat on her bed and tried to remember the last conversation we'd had. She'd been standing in the kitchen, making tea, and I'd asked her about her day. She'd smiled, but it hadn't reached her eyes. "Fine," she'd said, "just fine." But her hands had been shaking when she poured the water. I started checking the mailbox more frequently. Most of the time it was just bills and advertisements, but occasionally there would be letters addressed to her. Always the same return address, but no name, just numbers and a street I didn't recognize. I opened one of them. Inside was a single photograph, black and white, slightly blurred, like it had been taken from a distance. It showed a woman sitting alone at a table in what looked like a restaurant or cafe. The woman's face was turned away from the camera, but something about her posture, the way she held her shoulders, reminded me of my flatmate. On the back of the photograph, someone had written, "You can't hide forever." I stared at those words until they seemed to move on the page. The handwriting was different from the note in the hair dye box, more aggressive. The letters pressed so hard into the paper that they'd left indentations. I put the photograph back in the envelope and placed it exactly where I'd found it in the stack of mail. But I made a copy first, using the scanner at the library. I told myself I was being thorough, that I was helping with the investigation. But deep down, I knew I was trying to solve something that might not want to be solved. The breakthrough came 2 weeks later, during a conversation with the building's maintenance man. He was fixing a leak in the bathroom, and I mentioned that my flatmate was missing. "The blonde one?" he asked, not looking up from his work. "Well, yes." He was quiet for a moment, then said, "Funny thing. I saw her the other day, or someone who looked like her. Black hair though, different style." My heart started beating faster. Where? Getting into a car outside, looked like she was in a hurry. What kind of car? Dark sedan, couldn't see the license plate, but the driver was waiting for her, engine running. I pressed him for more details, but he'd already said everything he remembered. After he left, I sat in the bathroom and stared at the spot where the toothbrush had been. I'd moved it weeks ago, but I could still picture it sitting there, warm and damp and wrong. The police officer I'd spoken to before didn't seem surprised when I told him about the hair dye and the photograph and the sighting. He listened patiently, took notes, and promised to follow up, but something in his expression suggested he'd heard stories like this before. "Sometimes people need to disappear," he said, "not because they're in danger, but because they're trying to get away from something or someone." "But the footprints," I said, "the toothbrush, someone else was in the apartment. Or she was preparing to leave and wanted to make it look like something had happened to her, create a false trail." The possibility had occurred to me, but I'd pushed it away. It felt like betrayal to think she might have orchestrated her own disappearance, leaving me to find the clues like breadcrumbs in a fairy tale. But the more I thought about it, the more sense it made. The perfect cleanliness of her room, the way she'd started checking the locks, the nervous energy that had surrounded her in those final days. I went back to her room one more time. This time I wasn't looking for evidence of what had happened to her. I was looking for evidence of who she really was. In the back of her closet, behind the color-coordinated clothes, I found a small suitcase I'd never seen before. It was empty, but the fabric lining smelled like perfume I didn't recognize, sweet and heavy, like flowers left too long in water. Inside the suitcase's zippered pocket, I found a driver's license. The photograph showed my flatmate's face, but the name was different. The address was different. Even the birth date was off by 3 years. I stared at the license for a long time, trying to reconcile the person I'd lived with for almost a year with this stranger in the photograph. She'd been running from something or someone, and she'd been planning to run again. The question was, had she left voluntarily, or had whatever she was running from finally caught up with her? That night I dreamed about the toothbrush. In the dream I was brushing my teeth with it, and every time I spit into the sink, blood came out instead of toothpaste. The mirror showed my reflection, but my face was different, older, more frightened. When I woke up, the taste of copper was still in my mouth. I never found out what happened to her. The police investigation went cold after a few months, and eventually I stopped checking my notebook for new entries. I moved out of the apartment and into a place where I could lock the door behind me and know I was alone. But sometimes when I'm brushing my teeth, I think about that morning. The warmth of the handle, the damp bristles, the shape in the mirror that might have been teeth or might have been something else entirely. And I wonder if she's still out there somewhere, using someone else's toothbrush and leaving different footprints on different floors. Or if she's not out there at all. The truth is, I'll never know, and maybe that's the point. Maybe some mysteries are meant to stay mysteries, wrapped in the kind of silence that grows heavier with each passing day. All I know for certain is that the toothbrush was warm, and it shouldn't have been. Everything else is just speculation, scattered like condensation on glass, fading before you can read what it says. Crime 4, I sat, it sank, nothing unusual. But when I leaned forward, I felt pressure at my lower back pushing. I stood up, the cushion rose slowly, as if exhaling. I pressed down again, it pulsed twice. There was something inside the couch. Something with lungs. The fabric was burgundy leather, worn smooth from years of use. I'd inherited it from my aunt after she passed, along with the rest of her furniture. She'd lived alone for decades, never married, no children. The neighbors said she was a quiet woman who kept to herself. I ran my fingers along the seams, feeling for an opening. The leather was cold despite the warm room. There, a zipper hidden beneath the back cushion, almost invisible against the darker thread. My hands shook as I pulled it open. The smell hit me first, not decay, not death, but something medicinal, antiseptic, like a hospital room that had been scrubbed clean but couldn't quite hide what had happened there. Inside the cushion was a cavity, perfectly carved out. The foam had been cut with surgical precision, leaving a space the size of a person curled in fetal position. The edges were lined with plastic sheeting, and at the bottom there were air holes, small, deliberate punctures that went through to the outside. I closed the zipper and sat back down. The breathing sensation continued, rhythmic and steady. My phone buzzed, a text from my cousin. Hope you're settling in well with Aunt's things. She always said that couch was her favorite piece. I stared at the message. Aunt had been found in her bedroom, peacefully in her sleep according to the coroner. Natural causes, old age, but now I wondered what else the investigators might have missed. The next morning I called the funeral home that had handled her arrangements. The director remembered her case clearly, a woman who had been very specific about her final wishes. She'd prepaid everything down to the smallest detail and had insisted on a closed casket service. She was quite concerned about her appearance, he said, kept asking about preservation methods, how long the body would look natural, unusual questions for someone planning so far in advance. I hung up and returned to the couch. The breathing had stopped. I pressed down on different sections, but the cushions felt normal now, lifeless. I unzipped the hidden compartment again. The cavity was still there, but something had changed. The plastic lining was slightly crumpled, and there was a small indent in the foam, as if something had been pressed against it recently. That evening I found a box of my aunt's personal effects in the closet. Medical bills all paid in full. Prescriptions for pain medication filled regularly for the past 2 years. And at the bottom, a series of receipts from a medical supply company. Oxygen tanks, breathing masks, tubing. The receipts were dated right up until the week before she died. I called the medical supply company. The representative was helpful but cautious. She confirmed that my aunt had been renting equipment for home oxygen therapy, but her records showed the equipment had been returned the day after her death. Everything accounted for, nothing missing. Though, she added, it was strange. Usually family members call to arrange pickup, but she'd already scheduled the return herself. Very organized woman. I spent the night on the couch listening. Around midnight the breathing started again, slow, labored, like someone struggling with each inhale. I pressed my ear to the cushion and heard it clearly, not the sound of air moving through foam, but actual breathing, human breathing. By morning I'd made a decision. I called the coroner's office and requested a copy of my aunt's autopsy report. The clerk was surprised there hadn't been an autopsy. Given her age and medical history, it wasn't required. She'd been under a doctor's care for chronic respiratory issues, and her death was expected. But I pressed for more details. The officer who'd responded to the call was still on the force. He agreed to meet me at a coffee shop downtown. He was a tired-looking man with kind eyes who remembered my aunt well. She'd called the police several times in her final months, reporting strange noises, people watching her house, suspicious activity. Classic signs of paranoia, he'd thought, common in elderly people living alone. She was convinced someone was trying to break in, he said, but we never found evidence of forced entry. The locks were all intact, windows secure. We increased patrols in her neighborhood, but nothing ever happened. He paused, stirring his coffee. She did say something odd, though, right before she died. Called the station 3 days before we found her. Said she was going to disappear soon, but not to worry, she'd arranged everything. Said she was tired of being afraid. I drove home with a growing unease. The breathing had become more pronounced during the day, and now I could swear I heard other sounds too. Small movements inside the cushion, shifting, like someone trying to get comfortable. I researched my aunt's medical condition online, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. In the final stages, patients often experience severe anxiety, claustrophobia, and fear of suffocation. Some develop elaborate coping mechanisms, others make desperate choices. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in a chair across from the couch, watching. The breathing continued, sometimes strong, sometimes barely perceptible. Once I thought I saw the cushion move slightly, as if someone inside was trying to turn over. I called my cousin again. She was surprised to hear from me so soon. "I've been thinking about Aunt's last days," I said carefully. "Do you know if she seemed worried about anything, scared?" My cousin was quiet for a long moment. She called me the week before she died, said she'd figured out how to solve her problem. She wouldn't explain what she meant, but she sounded relieved, like she'd been carrying a heavy burden and finally found a way to put it down. I asked if she'd ever noticed anything unusual about the couch. My cousin laughed. That old thing, she was obsessed with it, spent all her time there those last months, said it was the only place she felt safe. We offered to buy her a new one, but she refused, said it was perfect the way it was. After we hung up, I sat in the darkness, listening to the rhythmic breathing from the couch. I thought about my aunt's final months, the fear, the medical bills, the oxygen equipment, the careful planning, the prepaid funeral, the specific instructions about the closed casket. And I thought about the cavity inside the cushion, the perfect size, the air holes, the plastic lining, not a hiding place for objects, but for something living, something that needed to breathe. I approached the couch slowly. The breathing was stronger now, more urgent. I placed my hand on the cushion and felt warmth underneath, body heat. The zipper was easier to open this time, as if it had been used recently. I pulled it wide and peered inside. The cavity was empty, but the foam still held the impression of a human form. The plastic lining was fogged with condensation, and there was a small oxygen mask tucked into one corner, connected to thin tubing that led to one of the air holes. I sat back, my mind racing. The medical equipment returns, the scheduled funeral arrangements, the closed casket. My aunt hadn't died in her bedroom. She died here in this couch, in this carefully constructed hiding place. But why? The breathing stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was more disturbing than the sound had been. I pressed my ear to the cushion again, but heard nothing. The warmth was fading too, as if whatever had been inside was cooling rapidly. I called the police officer again. This time I had specific questions. Had anyone else been in the house when they found my aunt? Had they checked all the rooms thoroughly? Had there been any signs of another person living there? He was patient with my questions, but his answers were unsatisfying. They'd found her alone in her bed, apparently peaceful. The house had been searched as a matter of routine, but nothing seemed out of place. No signs of intruders, no evidence of foul play. Though, he added, we did find it strange that she was wearing street clothes when she died. Most people who die in their sleep are in pajamas or nightgowns. She was fully dressed, shoes and all. We figured she'd been too tired to change. I hung up and stared at the couch. The breathing had resumed, but it was different now. Weaker, more irregular, like someone running out of air. I unzipped the compartment again and reached inside. My fingers touched something cold and smooth. A hand mirror, small and ornate. I pulled it out and examined it in the light. On the back was an engraving, "To my dearest who will never leave me." The mirror was old, probably an antique. I turned it over and saw my own reflection, but something was wrong. The angle was off, as if the mirror was showing me something behind me. I turned around, but the room was empty. I looked in the mirror again. This time I saw the couch from a different perspective, from inside the cushion, looking out. The view was cramped, distorted, but unmistakably real. Someone had been inside, watching through this mirror, seeing the room from within their fabric prison. The breathing was getting weaker. I pressed my ear to the cushion again and heard something new. A whisper, barely audible. Words I couldn't quite make out, but the tone was urgent, desperate. I called the funeral home again. This time I asked specific questions about the viewing, the preparation, the final arrangements. The director was reluctant to share details, but eventually confirmed what I suspected. "Your aunt was very particular about the casket," he said. "She insisted on a specific model, one with a gasket seal and a release valve. Said she'd researched it extensively. Most people don't know enough about casket construction to make such specific requests." A gasket seal, a release valve, features designed to prevent the buildup of gases, to allow air circulation. Features that would be important if someone was planning to spend time inside a confined space. I hung up and sat in the chair, watching the couch. The breathing had stopped again, but now I could hear something else. A faint scratching sound, like fingernails against fabric. Someone was trying to get out. I reached for the zipper, then stopped. What if I was wrong? What if my aunt had simply been a frightened old woman who'd created an elaborate hiding place for her final days? What if there was nothing inside now but the echo of her last breaths? But the scratching continued, more insistent now, and underneath it I heard the whisper again. This time I could make out the words, "Help me." I pulled the zipper open and reached inside. My hand touched something warm and soft, skin, an arm, still alive, still moving. I grabbed it and pulled, but it was heavy, unresponsive. I tried to lift whatever was inside, but it was too big, too awkward. I needed help. I called 911, but what could I tell them? That I'd found someone living inside my aunt's couch, that she'd been hiding there for weeks, maybe months, that my aunt had been protecting someone, keeping them alive in a space barely large enough for survival. The breathing stopped completely. The scratching ended. The arm in my hand went limp. I sat back, still holding the mirror. In its reflection, I saw the truth I'd been avoiding. The person inside the couch wasn't hiding from intruders. They were hiding from the world, from a life that had become too difficult to bear. My aunt hadn't been protecting someone else. She'd been protecting herself. The medical equipment, the oxygen therapy, the careful planning. She'd spent her final months creating a safe space, a place where she could control her environment, her breathing, her death. The couch had been her final refuge, her last act of defiance against a world that had become too frightening to face. I closed the zipper and sat down on the couch. It sank beneath my weight, familiar and comforting. I understood now why my aunt had loved it so much. It wasn't just furniture. It was a sanctuary, a place where someone could disappear from the world without truly leaving it. The breathing resumed, soft and steady, but now I knew whose breath it was. The couch had absorbed more than just my aunt's final moments. It had absorbed her fear, her desperation, her need for safety, and now it was offering that same refuge to me. I closed my eyes and let myself sink deeper into the cushions. The breathing matched my own rhythm, as if the couch was learning to breathe with me. I thought about my aunt's final days, her careful preparations, her relief when she'd found her solution. Maybe she'd been right. Maybe sometimes the only way to solve a problem is to hide from it completely, to create a space so small and safe that the world can't find you. Maybe the couch wasn't a prison, but a cocoon. I opened my eyes and looked at the mirror again. This time I saw myself clearly, but I also saw something else. A shadow behind me, the outline of someone sitting in the chair I'd vacated, watching me with patient eyes, waiting for me to understand. The breathing grew stronger, more rhythmic. I felt the cushions adjust around me, supporting my weight, holding me close. I understood now that I wasn't alone. My aunt was still here, still watching, still protecting. The couch had become her final gift to me, a place where I could be safe, where I could breathe, where I could finally rest. I reached for the zipper, but my hand stopped. Did I really want to know what was inside? Or was it enough to know that I wasn't alone, that someone understood my need for safety, for control, for a place to hide when the world became too much? The breathing continued, steady and reassuring. I closed my eyes and let myself be held by the couch, by my aunt's final act of love. Tomorrow I would have to decide what to do with this knowledge, but tonight I would just breathe and let the couch breathe with me. The mirror slipped from my hand and landed on the floor, its reflection showing nothing but empty space. But I could still feel the presence, still hear the breathing, still sense the warmth of someone who had found the perfect hiding place and was willing to share it with me. I sank deeper into the cushions, and they welcomed me home. Crime 5, not rust, not mold. It ran in fine lines between the tiles, freshly drawn like veins under skin. I bleached it, scrubbed it, it darkened. Then the pattern shifted, new tiles had thicker seams. And the shape they formed looked like something watching me from the floor. The house came with history. That's what the previous owner told me when I signed the papers. Her fingers drummed against the wooden table, leaving small indentations in the soft pine. She wouldn't look at the bathroom floor when we walked through that final inspection. I should have asked more questions. The first few weeks were normal. I settled into routines, arranged furniture, painted walls. The bathroom floor seemed fine then. White tiles, standard grout, nothing unusual. But houses breathe differently when you live in them alone. They reveal themselves in small ways. The red appeared on a Tuesday, just a thin line between two tiles near the shower drain. I assumed it was soap residue or mineral deposits from the pipes. Old houses have their quirks. I cleaned it with bleach and forgot about it. Wednesday brought more lines, fainter but definitely there. They formed no pattern I could recognize, just random streaks that seemed to pulse under the bathroom light. I called a plumber. He arrived that afternoon, a heavy-set man with calloused hands who examined the pipes with professional thoroughness. "Nothing wrong with your plumbing," he said, wiping his hands on a dirty rag. "Might be something in the grout itself. Sometimes cheap materials discolor over time." He left me with a business card and a shrug. I researched grout discoloration online. The articles mentioned iron deposits, bacterial growth, chemical reactions. All had solutions. I bought stronger cleaners, industrial-grade bleach, brushes with bristles that could strip paint. The red darkened with each attempt to remove it. That's when I noticed the tiles themselves were changing. Not all at once, just one here and there replaced with slightly newer versions. The grout around these tiles was thicker, more pronounced. I measured the gaps with a ruler. The old grout lines were hairline thin. The new ones were nearly twice as wide. I called the previous owner. Her voice sounded hollow through the phone. "The bathroom, no, we never did any work in there. That floor's been the same for 20 years. But I was holding receipts. Hardware store purchases dated just 6 months ago. Tiles, grout, adhesive, all charged to a credit card registered to her name. "I think you're mistaken," she said. The line went dead. I drove to the hardware store. The clerk remembered her. She'd come in multiple times, always buying the same white tiles, always in small quantities. Never enough to redo an entire floor, just enough to replace a few at a time. She seemed nervous, the clerk said. kept asking about stain-resistant grout, said she was dealing with a persistent problem. The store's security cameras had been recording for months. I watched her on the grainy footage, selecting tiles with careful precision. In one video, she examined her hands under the fluorescent lights. Even through the poor resolution, I could see dark stains on her fingers. I returned home and examined the bathroom floor more carefully. The pattern was becoming clearer. The tiles with thicker grout weren't random. They formed a rough outline like a body pressed against the floor. The head near the toilet, arms spread wide, legs extending toward the bathtub. I called the police. The officer who arrived was young, probably new to the job. He looked at the floor, took notes, asked routine questions. When I showed him the pattern, he tilted his head and squinted. "I see what you mean," he said, "but tile work isn't really a criminal matter, unless you have evidence of actual wrongdoing." Evidence? I needed evidence. The basement held answers. Behind a stack of old paint cans, I found a box of photographs. Most were normal household shots, but several showed the bathroom floor in various states of repair. The progression was clear. In the earliest photos, the floor was uniform white. Later images showed growing patches of red, spreading like spilled wine. The final photograph showed something else, tools arranged on a towel, a small handheld camera, rubber gloves, and in the background, barely visible, the edge of what looked like a plastic sheet. I brought the photos to the police station. The same young officer reviewed them with more interest this time. He made copies and promised to investigate further. I left feeling hopeful. That night I heard footsteps in the bathroom. Slow, deliberate steps that stopped directly over the pattern in the floor. I waited in bed, listening. The footsteps returned to the same spot 3 times, then silence. The next morning, more tiles had been replaced. Fresh white squares with thick grout lines completing the outline I'd been tracking. The pattern was now unmistakable. A human form, arms outstretched, face turned toward the ceiling. I called the previous owner again. This time her husband answered. "She's not available," he said. "She's been under a lot of stress lately. Doctor's orders to rest." "I need to know about the bathroom floor." "What about it?" "The tiles, the pattern, the photographs I found." The silence stretched long enough that I thought he'd hung up. Then he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "You shouldn't have moved into that house." "Why?" "Because she never told you about him." Him, the word hung in the air like incense.
Who?
The man who lived there before us, the one who never left. I pressed for details. The husband spoke reluctantly, as if each word cost him something. The previous owner before them had been a solitary man, someone who kept to himself. When they bought the house, he'd simply vanished. No forwarding address, no contact information, just gone. "We thought he'd moved away," the husband continued. But she started finding things, personal items in the walls, behind the furnace, under the floorboards. "What kind of things?" "Photographs, documents, pieces of clothing, like he'd been hiding parts of himself throughout the house." The conversation ended abruptly. I was left with more questions than answers. I spent the next week researching the house's history. Property records, tax documents, utility bills. The trail led to a man who'd lived there for 15 years before disappearing. No death certificate, no missing person report, just a gap in the records where a life used to be. I contacted his former employer. The manager remembered him as reliable but strange. He'd stopped coming to work one day without explanation. They'd held his job for a month before hiring someone else. He was always talking about home improvement projects, the manager told me. Said he was working on something in his bathroom, something that would last forever. The bathroom floor felt different now. The tiles seemed to pulse with their own rhythm. The grout lines darkened during certain hours, then lightened again, as if something underneath was breathing. I hired a contractor to remove the entire floor. He arrived with jackhammers and protective equipment. The work took 3 days. Layer by layer, we stripped away decades of flooring. Under the tiles, we found more tiles. Under those, more still. Each layer told a story of replacement and repair. The grout grew thicker with each level, as if someone had been slowly raising the floor. At the deepest layer, we found what the previous owner had been trying to hide. Not a body, something worse. A perfect outline pressed into the concrete foundation, the shape of a human figure, but hollow, empty, as if someone had been absorbed into the floor itself, leaving only their impression behind. The contractor refused to continue. He packed his tools and left without payment. I was alone with the hole in my bathroom floor and the knowledge that I'd been living above something that shouldn't exist. I called the police again. Different officer this time, older and more experienced. He examined the impression in the concrete with professional detachment. "Looks like water damage," he said. "Foundations settle over time, creates all kinds of strange patterns." But I could see it in his eyes, the same recognition I'd felt, the same understanding that some explanations are more comfortable than others. The report classified it as structural damage, case closed. I filled the hole with fresh concrete, laid new tiles, used the thinnest grout I could find. The floor looked normal again, pristine and white. But on quiet nights, I still hear the footsteps. They walk the same pattern, tracing the outline that used to be there. The sound comes from below the floor now, muffled but persistent. The previous owner calls sometimes. She never speaks, just breathes into the phone. I can hear her moving through a house, footsteps echoing on hard surfaces. Always the same rhythm, always the same path. I've learned to live with it, the sounds, the patterns, the feeling of being watched, because some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. They're meant to be inherited, passed from one owner to the next like a family heirloom no one wants to claim. The house came with history. Now I understand what that means. The grout is starting to discolor again. Just thin lines for now, but I know how this story ends. I've been to the hardware store. I've bought tiles, grout, adhesive. Small quantities, just enough to replace a few at a time. The clerk recognized me, asked if I was dealing with a persistent problem. I told him I was learning to manage it. Because that's what we do. We manage, we maintain. We preserve what came before us, even when we don't understand it. Even when it watches us from the floor, waiting for the next person to discover that some stains never wash away. They just find new ways to surface. Crime 6, not loud, just a faint, shrill whine every time I flicked it. I thought it was faulty wiring. But the sound wasn't electric, it was vocal. Desperate. I unscrewed the plate. Behind it the drywall was soft, bloody almost, and the noise grew louder the closer I lined in. Now I use candles. The house had been empty for 3 months before I moved in. The previous tenant left suddenly. The landlord told me, some kind of family emergency. He seemed eager to rent it out quickly, dropping the price twice during our brief phone conversation. I should have asked more questions. The light switch in the bedroom was the first thing I noticed. Not the sound initially, but the way it felt under my thumb, sticky, warm, like someone had just touched it with sweaty fingers. I wiped it down with bleach, but the sensation returned within hours. That's when I started hearing it. A soft keening that lasted maybe 2 seconds each time I pressed the switch. At first, I convinced myself it was the old electrical system protesting. These rental properties were notorious for cutting corners on maintenance, but electricity doesn't sob. I called the landlord. He assured me he'd send someone to check it out, but days passed without contact. When I called again, his number had been disconnected. The rental office claimed no knowledge of my lease agreement, though I had the signed papers in my filing cabinet. The building's other tenants avoided eye contact in the hallways. When I tried to strike up conversations about the electrical issues, they'd mumble something about being late and hurry away. The woman across the hall actually crossed herself when I mentioned the bedroom light. Sleep became difficult. Every time I reached for the switch in darkness, that thin cry would pierce through the silence. I started leaving the light on all night, but the constant illumination created shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. During the day, I searched online for any information about the building's history. Property records showed multiple short-term tenancies over the past few years. Most lasted less than 6 months. The pattern was consistent. People moved in, then left abruptly without forwarding addresses. I found a news article buried in a local paper's archives. A missing person report filed 8 months ago. A young woman had vanished from this exact building. Her roommate found her bedroom empty one morning, belongings still in place but no sign of struggle. The case went cold after 2 weeks. The photograph showed someone barely out of college, with kind eyes and a nervous smile. Something about her expression felt familiar, though I couldn't place where I might have seen her before. I contacted the detective mentioned in the article. He seemed surprised to hear from me, asked twice if I was sure I had the right case. When I explained about the light switch, he went quiet for a long moment. "You're living in that room," he said finally. It wasn't a question. He agreed to meet me at a coffee shop downtown. The detective looked tired, older than his voice suggested. He ordered black coffee and stared at it without drinking. "We found traces," he said quietly. "Behind the electrical work, DNA evidence, but the samples were too degraded to process, and without a body, without witnesses, the case stalled." "Traces of what?" "Blood, skin cells, and something else." He pulled out a manila folder, then seemed to think better of it and slid it back across the table. The responding officers reported unusual acoustic properties in that room, sounds that didn't match any known electrical phenomena. I pressed him for details, but he simply shook his head. "Some things are better left alone. Find another place to live tonight." But I couldn't leave, not yet. The crying had become almost constant now, triggered by the slightest movement near the switch. I started recording it with my phone, playing the audio back at different speeds. Slowed down, the keening resolved into something that might have been words. "Help me, please. Don't let them." The voice was young, female, terrified. Each plea lasted exactly as long as the light switch remained depressed. Release it, and silence returned immediately. I spent hours in that room, documenting everything. The soft patch of drywall behind the switch had grown larger, spreading in organic patterns that reminded me of root systems. The surface felt warm to the touch, almost feverish. Sometimes I thought I could feel a pulse beneath the plaster. The landlord finally returned my calls. His voice was strained, different from our initial conversations. He offered to let me break the lease without penalty, even volunteered to help me find alternative housing. When I mentioned the light switch, he hung up. That night I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate pacing outside my door. I looked through the peephole but saw nothing. The footsteps continued until dawn, always the same rhythm, always stopping just short of my threshold. I researched the building's construction history. The electrical work had been updated repeatedly over the past decade, always in the same unit, always in the same room. The work orders were signed by different contractors, but the handwriting looked identical on every invoice. The missing woman's roommate agreed to meet me at the same coffee shop. She was nervous, constantly checking over her shoulder. She ordered tea but didn't touch it. She was scared the last few weeks, the roommate said. Wouldn't tell me why, just kept saying the walls were listening. I thought she was having some kind of breakdown. Did she mention anything specific about the bedroom? She stopped sleeping in there, started camping out on the couch, said the light made her feel watched. The roommate's hands shook as she reached for her purse. The last thing she told me was that she'd figured out how to make it stop, that she was going to help. Help who? I don't know. She just said someone was trapped and needed her to complete the circuit. I returned to the apartment as the sun was setting. The light switch seemed to pulse in the dying daylight, the soft crying more insistent now. I pressed my ear against the drywall and heard something that made my blood freeze.
Breathing.
Shallow, rapid, like someone hyperventilating in a confined space. The sound was coming from inside the wall, from the same location where I'd found the soft patch of plaster. I grabbed a screwdriver and started chipping away at the drywall. The material crumbled easily, revealing a hollow space behind the electrical box. The breathing grew louder, more desperate. My fingers found something smooth and cold, metal. I pulled it free and found myself holding a small recording device, still warm from recently being handled. The display showed dozens of files, all labeled with dates spanning the past 2 years. The first recording was a woman's voice, different from the one I'd been hearing through the switch. She was describing the same symptoms I'd experienced, the sticky warmth, the crying sounds, the growing patch of soft drywall. Day 12, she was saying. I can hear her more clearly now. She's trying to tell me something about the others, about how they all tried to help and couldn't leave. The recordings progressed chronologically, each speaker a different person. Men and women, young and old, all describing the same progression. The sounds in the wall, the growing certainty that someone was trapped, the compulsion to help. The final recording was the missing woman's voice. She sounded calm, almost resigned. I understand now, she said. It's not about the light switch, it's about the choice. Each person who tries to help becomes part of the circuit. The building feeds on that impulse, that need to rescue someone in distress. She paused, and I could hear her breathing heavily. I found the others. They're all here in the walls, still trying to help, still crying out for the next person to find them. I thought I could break the cycle, but I see now that I'm just adding to it. The recording ended with a soft click. I sat in the darkness holding the device. The crying from the light switch had stopped completely. The apartment felt different now, expectant, waiting. I understood what I was supposed to do. Pack my things, leave the building, never look back. Let someone else move into the room and discover the sounds in the wall. Let the cycle continue. But I couldn't. Not because I was brave or because I thought I could succeed where others had failed. Because I finally recognized the first voice I'd heard through the switch. It was mine. Older, more desperate, but unmistakably mine. I'd been here before, maybe not in this exact room, but somewhere similar. Another building, another light switch, another crying voice that needed help. I'd tried to rescue someone and become part of the system myself. The recordings weren't a warning, they were a confession. I reached for the light switch one final time. The surface felt warm, familiar. When I pressed it, I heard my own voice crying out from within the wall, pleading with whoever might be listening. Help me, please. Don't let them. But I also heard something else. Footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate. Someone new was moving in downstairs. Soon they'd notice the light switch in their bedroom, the way it felt sticky under their thumb, the soft crying that seemed to come from within the wall itself. And I'd be there waiting to guide them through the same process I'd experienced, the same process that had created me and everyone else trapped in the building's electrical system. The cycle was perfect, unbreakable. I pressed the switch again, and somewhere in the building, a new tenant heard a faint, shrill whine. They probably thought it was faulty wiring. But the sound wasn't electric, it was vocal. Desperate. And it was me. Crime 7, I peeled a corner. The adhesive was thick and brown. Embedded in it were strands, long, coarse, human. They were layered in spirals, like someone had stitched them through the wall. I peeled further, the smell hit me next. Then I found something worse, a single eyelash still attached to skin. The house had been empty for months when I inherited it. My aunt had lived there alone for decades, and after her passing, the responsibility of clearing it out fell to me. I expected dust, old furniture, maybe some forgotten treasures. What I didn't expect was to find myself standing in the upstairs bedroom, staring at wallpaper that shouldn't exist. The pattern was intricate, swirling vines and flowers that seemed to move in my peripheral vision. But up close, under the afternoon light filtering through yellowed curtains, I could see what made it so unsettling. The texture was wrong, too organic, too personal. I scraped more of the adhesive with my fingernail. The hair came away in clumps, some of it darker than others, some streaked with gray, different people, different times. The smell grew stronger, not decay, but something medicinal mixed with something sweet, like antiseptic and vanilla. My phone buzzed, a text from my cousin. Found anything interesting in the house? I didn't know how to answer that. The bedroom felt smaller than it should have. The wallpaper covered every surface except the window, creating a cocoon of those writhing patterns. I noticed that some sections were newer than others. The hair in certain patches looked fresh, almost glossy, while other areas had faded to a dull brown. I pulled out my phone and took pictures. The flash revealed something I hadn't seen before. Underneath the hair, there were scratches in the wall, deep gouges that looked like they'd been made by fingernails. My aunt had been a quiet woman. She rarely spoke about her past, and when she did, her stories were fragmented, incomplete. She'd been a nurse once, before she retired and became a recluse. She'd mentioned patients sometimes, but never by name. Just the woman who wouldn't stop crying, or the man who kept pulling his hair out. I found a box of her belongings in the closet. Medical journals from the 70s, patient files that should have been destroyed decades ago, and photographs. black and white images of people in hospital gowns, some with their heads shaved, others with patchy, uneven hair growth. Their eyes all held the same hollow look. One photograph caught my attention. A woman sitting in a chair, her scalp covered in small wounds. Her hair had been pulled out in chunks, leaving raw, bleeding spots. On the back of the photo, someone had written in my aunt's handwriting, "She gave it willingly." I sat on the bed, the springs creaking under my weight. The wallpaper seemed to pulse around me, and I realized I could hear something. A soft, scratching sound like fingernails on plaster. But the house was empty, had been empty for months. I called my cousin. She answered on the first ring. "Did you know what our aunt did before she became a nurse?" I asked. "She was always a nurse, started training when she was 18. "No, I mean after she retired." There was a pause. She took care of people, privately, people who couldn't take care of themselves. "What kind of people?" "The kind that families don't talk about." I hung up and stared at the photographs again. In one image, I could see part of a room in the background, the same floral wallpaper pattern, but pristine, new, without the hair. The scratching sound grew louder. I followed it to the wall where the wallpaper was thickest. When I pressed my ear against it, I could hear movement inside, not mice, something larger. I found a knife in the kitchen and returned to the bedroom. The adhesive was tougher than I expected, but I managed to peel back a section about the size of a dinner plate. Behind it, the wall was hollow, a space just wide enough for someone to sit. Inside, I found more hair, braided into thick ropes and woven into patterns. Some of it was tied into small knots like prayer beads, and there were other things, teeth, fingernails, small strips of fabric. The smell was overwhelming now. I covered my nose with my shirt and peered deeper into the hollow space. There was something else there, something that had once been white but was now stained brown and yellow. A hospital gown. I pulled it out carefully. The fabric was stiff with age and something else I didn't want to identify. In the pocket, I found a small card, a patient identification badge, but the name had been scratched out. Only a number remained, 247. The scratching sound stopped. I turned around and saw them. Photographs I hadn't noticed before, tucked behind the bed frame. Dozens of them, all showing the same thing, this room but occupied. People sitting against the walls, their hands pressed against the wallpaper. Their hair short, uneven, as if it had been cut or pulled out in chunks. In one photograph, I could see my aunt. She was younger, wearing a white coat. She was holding scissors in one hand and a clump of hair in the other. The person in the chair was looking directly at the camera, their mouth open in what might have been a scream or a plea. I checked the dates on the photographs. They spanned decades. The most recent was dated just 2 years ago. My phone rang, unknown number. Hello. Heavy breathing, then a voice, barely a whisper. She kept us safe. Who is this? The hair remembers, it remembers everything. The line went dead. I looked around the room with new eyes. The wallpaper wasn't just decoration, it was a record, a memorial. Each strand of hair belonged to someone who had been in this room, who had sat in that chair, who had trusted my aunt with their pain. But trust for what? I found more files in the basement, not medical records, but personal notes, my aunt's handwriting documenting sessions with patients. But these weren't therapeutic notes, they were more like confessions. Number 247 gave me her hair willingly after I explained the process. She understood that the pain would stop once she was part of the wall. Number 183 resisted at first, but eventually came to see the beauty in becoming permanent. Number 301 asked me to braid her hair before taking it. She wanted to be remembered as beautiful. I felt sick. I climbed the stairs back to the bedroom, my legs shaking. The wallpaper looked different now, not decorative but accusatory. Each strand of hair was a person, a life, a story that had ended in this room. I tried to leave, but something stopped me. A photograph on the nightstand that I was certain hadn't been there before. It showed me, standing in this very room, holding the knife I'd used to peel back the wallpaper. But I was alone when I took that picture. The scratching sound started again. This time I knew where it was coming from. The wall itself was moving, expanding and contracting like something breathing. I pressed my hand against the wallpaper and felt warmth. Not the warmth of sunlight or heating, but the warmth of skin, of bodies pressed against the other side. My phone buzzed, a text from my cousin. Did you find anything interesting? I looked at the message timestamp. It was identical to the one from earlier, word for word, time for time. I called her number. It went straight to voicemail. But the voicemail was my aunt's voice. I'm not available to take your call. Please leave a message after the tone. I hung up and dialed again. Same result. I tried calling other family members. Same voicemail. My aunt's voice every time. The photographs on the nightstand had multiplied. Now there were dozens of them, all showing me in this room, but from different angles, different moments. Some showed me sleeping in the bed. Others showed me eating meals that I didn't remember preparing. In one photograph, I was sitting in the chair, my hair being cut by invisible hands. I ran to the mirror. My reflection looked back at me, but something was wrong. My hair was shorter than it should have been. Patches were missing, as if someone had been cutting it while I slept. I touched my scalp and felt small scabs, fresh wounds. The wallpaper was moving more obviously now, rippling like water, and I could hear voices from within it, whispers, conversations, people talking about their lives, their fears, their final moments. She promised it wouldn't hurt. I just wanted the voices to stop. She said I would be safe here. She said I would never be alone. I found a suitcase in the closet and began throwing my things into it. I had to leave, had to get out of this house. But when I tried to open the bedroom door, it wouldn't budge. The knob turned, but the door remained closed. I threw my weight against it. Nothing. The windows were painted shut. The glass was too thick to break with my fists. I was trapped. The wallpaper was pulsing now, and I could see shapes moving beneath it. Human shapes, pressing against the surface from the inside, trying to get out, or trying to pull me in. I sat on the bed and opened my laptop. I needed to document this, to leave a record. But when I tried to connect to the internet, every website redirected to the same page, a medical forum discussing experimental treatments for severe mental illness. The posts were all signed with my aunt's name. Patient integration therapy has shown remarkable results. Subjects report complete cessation of symptoms after the bonding process. The hair acts as a conduit, allowing the subject to become part of something larger than themselves. Loneliness is the root of all suffering. My method eliminates loneliness permanently. I closed the laptop and lay back on the bed. The wallpaper was singing now, soft, wordless melodies that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was almost beautiful. I closed my eyes and felt fingers in my hair, gentle, careful, stroking and cutting, taking what they needed. When I opened my eyes, the room was different. The wallpaper was brighter, more vibrant, and I could see myself in it. My hair woven into the pattern, my face visible in the swirls and curves. I was becoming part of the wall. And for the first time in months, I didn't feel alone. The scratching sound was me now, my fingernails against the plaster, trying to reach the others, trying to join them completely. My phone buzzed one last time. A text from my cousin, found anything interesting in the house. I looked at my reflection in the black screen. My hair was gone. My scalp was covered in small wounds, but I was smiling. I typed back, she keeps us safe. Then I put the phone down and pressed my face against the wallpaper. The hair was soft against my skin, warm, welcoming. I could hear my aunt's voice, not from a recording, but from within the walls themselves. You understand now. You see the beauty in becoming permanent. I nodded and closed my eyes. The wallpaper wrapped around me like a blanket, and I sank into it, into them, into the place where no one is ever alone. The house is empty now, has been empty for months. But sometimes visitors report hearing scratching sounds from the upstairs bedroom, and when they investigate, they find the wallpaper has grown, spread to new rooms, new walls. And in the pattern, if you look closely, you can see faces, dozens of them, all smiling, all safe. All permanent. Crime ate one plank bowed when I stepped on it. I pressed harder, and it gave like mattress foam. I pried it up. Beneath it was fabric, stitched, taut, soaked through. It was warm, still damp. I pressed my hand to it, and something below pushed back. The house had been empty for months. That's what the realtor told me when I agreed to appraise it. The previous owner had simply vanished, leaving behind a mortgage and a property in foreclosure. Simple job, walk through, take photos, estimate value, nothing unusual. But houses remember things. They hold on to secrets in their walls, in their foundations, in the spaces between what you see and what you know. This house felt heavy with memory, thick with something unspoken. I should have noticed the smell first, sweet, organic, like fruit left too long in summer heat. It clung to the air in the main hallway, strongest near the staircase. I assumed it was from the neglect, old food somewhere, maybe a dead animal in the walls. Houses in foreclosure often smell of abandonment. The fabric beneath the floorboard was blue, navy blue, like a uniform or a work shirt. The stitching was precise, machine-sewn, not homemade. I pulled more planks up, revealing more of whatever lay beneath. It was wrapped around something solid, something that had weight and shape. My hands shook as I worked. The wood came up easily, too easily, as if someone had removed these boards before and replaced them hastily. The nails were bent, forced back into place. Fresh scratches marked the wood around each nail hole. I called my supervisor, no answer. I called the realtor, voicemail. I was alone in that house with whatever was buried beneath its floors, and the weight of discovery pressed down on me like the lid of a coffin. The fabric was thick canvas, wrapped and tied with rope. The rope was new, yellow synthetic fiber you could buy at any hardware store. Someone had taken care with this. Someone had planned this. I unwrapped it slowly, my breath caught in my throat. Inside was a metal box, the kind used for storing documents. It was locked, but the metal was thin, and I managed to pry it open with my pry bar. Inside were photographs, dozens of them, all of the same person, a woman with dark hair and frightened eyes. In some, she was unaware of the camera. In others, she looked directly at the lens as if pleading. The photos were recent digital prints with timestamps from just months ago. Beneath the photos was a notebook, pages and pages of handwriting, all focused on the same woman, her routines, her habits, where she worked, where she lived, where she walked her dog. The entries grew more detailed, more obsessive as the pages progressed. The handwriting was careful, controlled. Whoever wrote this took time with each letter, each word. This wasn't the frantic scrawl of someone unhinged. This was methodical, patient. I found her name in the notebook. I found her address. I found detailed descriptions of her daily routine, down to which coffee shop she visited and what she ordered. I found sketches of her apartment layout with notes about windows, locks, and which neighbors were home during different parts of the day. The final entry was dated just weeks before the house went into foreclosure. It was different from the others, shorter, more direct. Tomorrow night she'll be alone. The dog will be at the vet. I've watched her long enough. I know her patterns. I know her fears. It's time. I sat back on my heels, the notebook trembling in my hands. The smell in the house seemed stronger now, more focused. Not the sweet decay I'd first noticed, but something else, something metallic and sharp. I should have called the police then. I should have walked out of that house and never looked back, but I needed to know more. I needed to understand what had happened here, what connection this obsession had to the house's abandoned state. I searched the rest of the house with new purpose. In the kitchen, I found a calendar pinned to the wall. Several dates were circled in red ink. The final circled date was the same as the last entry in the notebook. The basement was where I found the rest of the story. The smell was strongest there, emanating from a corner where the concrete floor looked different, newer, patched. The patch was roughly the size of a person. I didn't have the tools to break through concrete, but I didn't need them. Along the basement wall, I found more boxes, more notebooks, more photographs, but these weren't of the same woman. These were of others, many others, all with the same terrified expression, the same pleading eyes. The notebooks went back years, different handwriting in the earlier ones, but the same methodical approach, the same patient observation, the same careful planning. This wasn't the work of one person. This was something that had been passed down, continued, perfected. I found rental agreements. The house had been rented to different people over the years, always short-term leases, always paid in cash. The landlord was listed as a property management company that didn't exist when I tried to look it up. In the most recent notebook, I found something that made my blood freeze. My name, my address, my routine when I left for work, when I returned, which grocery store I used, which route I took home. The entries about me were recent, very recent. Some were dated just days ago. I wasn't here by accident. The appraisal assignment hadn't been random. Someone had arranged for me to find this house, to find these things. Someone had been watching me just as they'd watched the others. I ran upstairs, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The front door was locked. The key I'd been given didn't work from the inside. The windows were painted shut, impossible to open. I was trapped. In the silence, I heard it, footsteps on the porch, slow, deliberate. The same patient approach described in all those notebooks. The sound of someone who knew exactly what they were doing, who had done this before. The doorknob turned. I ran to the back of the house, to the room where I'd first found the loose floorboard. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to control my breathing, trying to think. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and I remembered the fabric beneath them, the warmth, the way something had pushed back against my hand. The footsteps were inside now, moving through the house with familiarity. Whoever this was knew the layout, knew where to step to avoid the creaking boards. They'd been here before, many times. I looked down at the floorboards I'd disturbed. In my panic to examine what I'd found, I'd never properly investigated what had pushed back against my hand. I'd assumed it was just settling, just the weight of the fabric shifting. But as I listened to the footsteps growing closer, I realized I'd been wrong. The fabric wasn't wrapped around a box, it was wrapped around something else. Something that had moved when I'd pressed against it. Something that had been alive. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. I could hear breathing, slow and steady, patient, the way someone breathes when they're savoring a moment they've been anticipating. I understood then why the house had been abandoned, why the owner had vanished, why the mortgage had gone into foreclosure. This wasn't a house at all. This was a trap, a carefully constructed snare that had caught victim after victim, and now it was about to catch me. The door opened slowly. I closed my eyes and listened to the footsteps approach. They stopped right above where I'd found the fabric, right above where something had pushed back against my hand. In the silence that followed, I heard something else, something that made my skin crawl and my mind reject what I was hearing. A sound from beneath the floorboards, soft, muffled, like someone trying to breathe through fabric. Like someone who was still alive down there, waiting in the dark, listening to everything that happened above. The footsteps moved away from the loose floorboard, toward me. I opened my eyes and saw a shadow in the doorway, a shape that looked almost human but moved with the wrong rhythm, the wrong purpose. I never saw a face, I never heard a voice, but I understood in that final moment that I had become part of the story, another name in another notebook, another set of photographs. Another body wrapped in fabric and hidden beneath the floorboards. The house holds on to its secrets, and now, somewhere beneath those warped wooden planks, I'm part of what it remembers, part of what it keeps hidden, part of what pushes back when someone presses their hand against the fabric and wonders what lies beneath. The floorboard still holds something soft, something warm, something that moves when you're not expecting it to move. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the wood settles, that something tries to push its way back up to the surface, tries to warn whoever might be listening that the house isn't empty at all. It's full of people who thought they were investigating a simple mystery, people who thought they could solve what had happened here. People who never understood that they weren't investigating the crime. They were becoming part of it. Crime 9, I'd walked that staircase 100 times, but yesterday I tripped. One step was missing, not removed, compressed like the space between two steps had shrunk. The gap didn't make sense, and under that space something clicked when I stepped close. The next day, another stair was off. Soon I'll run out of them. The building superintendent claimed nothing had changed. He spoke through a door chain, his voice muffled and distant. His hands shook when he signed the maintenance log. I noticed because the pen left jagged marks across the paper, like teeth marks in wood. I started measuring, not with tools, those felt too formal, too investigative. I used my feet, my hands, the familiar rhythm of my daily climb. 17 steps had become 16, then 15. The compression wasn't random. Someone was stealing inches carefully, methodically. The mailroom clerk mentioned complaints. Other tenants had tripped, fallen, questioned the construction, but their voices carried a different weight when they spoke about it. Fear, maybe, or resignation. They learned to adjust their stride to expect the unexpected. I found the first recording device wedged behind the fire extinguisher on the third floor. Small, black, warm to the touch, the kind of equipment that records everything but reveals nothing. When I held it up to the light, I could see fingerprints on the surface. Multiple sets, some recent, some older, layered like sediment. The woman from apartment 7 had been watching me. I caught her eye through her peephole, a quick shadow, then nothing. When I knocked, she answered with the security chain still attached. Her perfume was too sweet, artificial, like it was masking something else, something medicinal. She knew about the stairs. Her words came in measured bursts, as if she'd rehearsed them. Construction issues, she said, settling foundation. But her fingers traced the door frame while she spoke, following invisible patterns that didn't match her explanations. I asked about the previous tenant in my unit, the one who'd left suddenly without forwarding information. She paused too long before answering. Moved for work, she said, but her eyes shifted toward the stairwell, then back to me. You should be careful going up and down. The building management company had no record of recent construction permits. The receptionist's voice brightened when I mentioned the staircase, then dimmed just as quickly. She transferred me to 3 different apartments before the line went dead. When I called back, she claimed no knowledge of our previous conversation. I started taking photographs, not of the obvious things, the compressed steps, the missing space. I photographed the walls, the handrails, the shadows that fell differently now that the geometry had changed. In the images, I could see what my eyes had missed. Small holes in the plaster, recently filled. Scratches on the metal railing where something had been attached, then removed. The basement smelled like damp concrete and something else, something organic, like old fruit or stale breath. The building's original blueprints were stored in a filing cabinet that should have been locked but wasn't. The pages were yellowed, brittle, covered in pencil marks and corrections. According to the plans, the staircase had always been this way. 15 steps, not 17. The measurements matched exactly, but I remembered 17. I'd counted them every day for months, sometimes twice when I forgot my keys and had to climb back up. Memory is unreliable, I know this, but photographs don't lie, and I had dozens of them on my phone from before the changes began. Except when I scrolled through them, the images showed 15 steps. They'd always shown 15 steps. I started questioning other details, the color of the hallway walls, the number of apartments per floor, the name on the mailbox directory, small things that seemed stable, permanent, but now felt negotiable. The maintenance man visited while I was at work. I found evidence of his presence, coffee rings on my kitchen table, muddy footprints that didn't match my shoes. He'd left a note, handwritten in careful block letters. Adjustments complete. Please report any concerns. I hadn't requested any adjustments. The recording devices multiplied. I found them in the laundry room, the lobby, the parking garage. Always warm, always recently touched. Someone was listening, watching, documenting. But the recordings themselves were elsewhere, processed by people I couldn't identify or locate. The woman from apartment 7 stopped answering her door. I could hear her television, smell her cooking, see light beneath her door frame. But when I knocked, silence. When I called her name, nothing. The sweet perfume smell grew stronger, more concentrated, like it was being pumped through the ventilation system. I researched the building's history. Property records, newspaper archives, court documents. The construction had been troubled from the beginning. Permits denied, then approved. Inspections failed, then passed. Workers had complained about the plans, about measurements that didn't match, about spaces that seemed to shift when no one was watching. 3 people had died during construction, not from accidents, from stress, heart attacks, sudden illnesses. The foreman had quit midway through the project, citing impossible specifications and architectural demands that defied physics. The current owner was a corporation that existed only on paper. Shell companies within shell companies, all leading back to an address that didn't exist in a city that couldn't be found on any map. I started staying awake, watching the staircase during different periods. The changes didn't happen when I was looking. They happened between glances, during the moments when my attention shifted elsewhere. Like reality was being edited in real time, cut and spliced by an invisible hand. The superintendent left a message on my voicemail. His voice was different now, calmer, more confident. He apologized for the earlier confusion and explained that the staircase had always been this way. 15 steps, standard construction, nothing unusual. He spoke like he was reading from a script, each word carefully chosen and precisely delivered. But at the end of the message, I heard something else. A sound like papers rustling or someone breathing heavily. Then a voice in the background, too quiet to understand but urgent in its tone. The call ended abruptly. I found the final recording device in my own apartment, behind the bathroom mirror, wired into the electrical system. It had been there long enough to collect dust, to become part of the architecture. When I removed it, the mirror fell forward, revealing a space that shouldn't have existed. Inside that space, I found photographs, dozens of them all showing the staircase, but these images were different. They showed 18 steps, 19, 20, progressive additions, each one documented and dated. The dates went back months to before I'd moved in, before I'd started counting. The previous tenant was in some of the photographs. A woman, middle-aged, standing on the staircase and looking directly at the camera. In the first images, she appeared normal, relaxed, but as the series progressed, her expression changed. Confusion, then fear, then something that looked like resignation. In the final photograph, she was gone. Just an empty staircase, the same 15 steps I climbed every day. I called the management company again. This time they answered immediately. The receptionist's voice was warm, familiar, like we'd spoken many times before. She confirmed that the staircase had always been 15 steps, that there had never been any construction issues, that the previous tenant had moved willingly for personal reasons. When I mentioned the photographs, she paused. "What photographs?" she asked, but her tone suggested she already knew. I looked at the images on my phone. They showed 15 steps, the same 15 steps I'd photographed before, during, and after the changes. The evidence had been edited, corrected, made to match the new reality. But I still had the physical photographs from the hidden space. When I returned to check on them, they were gone. The space behind the mirror had been sealed, plastered over, painted to match the rest of the wall, like it had never existed. The woman from apartment 7 left a note under my door. "The stairs know," it said. "They've always known." Below the words, she'd drawn a simple diagram, a staircase with 17 steps, then 16, then 15. At the bottom, she'd written, "Your turn." I measured the staircase again, still 15 steps, but now I noticed something else. The steps were getting narrower, not dramatically, not obviously, but measurably. Each one was losing width, depth, substance. Soon they would be too small to support human weight. The building superintendent knocked on my door. When I opened it, he was different. Younger, more confident, wearing a uniform that fit perfectly. He introduced himself as if we'd never met, explained that he was conducting routine maintenance inspections. He examined the staircase with professional interest, running his hands along the railings, checking the stability of each step. 15 steps, he said, making a note on his clipboard. Standard construction, no problems here. But when he thought I wasn't watching, he counted again. His lips moved silently, his finger pointing at each step. I saw him pause, recount, look confused. Then he shrugged and marked something on his clipboard. I asked about the previous tenant. He consulted his records, flipped through several pages, then looked up with a blank expression. No previous tenant, he said. You're the first person to live in this unit. The mailbox directory confirmed his statement. Only my name appeared next to my apartment number. But I remembered receiving mail addressed to someone else during my first week, forwarding it to the management company, being told they would handle the situation. I started documenting everything, not just the staircase, but the entire building, the number of floors, the layout of each level, the names of other tenants. I wrote everything down, took photographs, created a detailed map of the space. But when I reviewed my notes, they described a different building. Fewer floors, different layouts, unfamiliar names. The map I'd drawn showed hallways that didn't exist and rooms that had no doors. The changes were accelerating, not just the staircase, but everything around it. The building was being edited in real time, adjusted to match some invisible specification. And I was part of the process, a variable being modified to fit the new parameters. I found myself counting steps automatically, unconsciously. 15, always 15, but sometimes my body expected more. My foot would reach for a step that wasn't there. My hand would grasp for a railing that had been shortened. My muscle memory preserved the original truth, even as my conscious mind accepted the revision. The woman from apartment 7 appeared in my peripheral vision, not in the hallway, not at her door, but in the space between stairs. A shadow that moved independently, a presence that existed in the compressed dimensions. When I turned to look directly, she wasn't there, but I could smell her perfume, hear her breathing, sense her watching. I realized I was becoming like her, caught between versions of reality, existing in the spaces that had been edited out. My reflection in the mirror looked the same, but the mirror itself seemed smaller, positioned differently, reflecting angles that didn't match the room's geometry. The recording devices were gone, but I could still hear them. A faint electrical hum, the soft click of mechanical switches, the whisper of data being processed and transmitted. The building had become a recording device, and I was both the subject and the observer. I tried to leave. The exit door was where it had always been, but when I pushed it open, I found myself in the stairwell. 15 steps stretched below me, leading to another identical door. I descended, opened the door, and emerged back into the stairwell. The same 15 steps, the same door, the same impossible loop. The superintendent was waiting for me. He smiled with professional courtesy and explained that the exit had been temporarily relocated for maintenance purposes. He directed me to an alternative route, but that path led to the same stairwell, the same 15 steps, the same door. I understood then what had happened to the previous tenant. She hadn't moved. She'd been compressed, reduced to the spaces between steps, the dimensions that no longer officially existed. She was still here, still climbing, still counting steps that the building had forgotten. The staircase is down to 14 steps now. Soon it will be 13, then 12, then fewer. Each reduction makes the building more efficient, more compact, more manageable. The residents adjust their stride, their expectations, their memories. They learn to navigate a space that continuously reinvents itself. I've stopped trying to document the changes. The evidence disappears faster than I can collect it. Instead, I focus on the details that might persist. The warmth of the recording devices, the sweet smell of perfume, the sound of footsteps on stairs that no longer exist. Tomorrow there will be 13 steps. I'll count them carefully, document the change, report the discrepancy. And someone will explain that 13 has always been the correct number, that I've been mistaken, that the building records have never indicated otherwise. But in the space between 13 and 14, in the compressed dimension that holds the missing step, I'll find another piece of the truth. Another fragment of the reality that was edited out, compressed, forgotten. The woman from apartment 7 is still there, still climbing, still counting. And soon I'll join her in the spaces that no longer exist, in the dimensions that were deemed unnecessary, in the reality that was too complex for the building's simplified design. The stairs are getting shorter, but the distance between floors remains the same. The mathematics don't work, but the building doesn't care about mathematics. It cares about efficiency, about compression, about fitting more reality into less space. I've learned to walk carefully, to expect the unexpected, to count each step as if it might be the last. Because in this building, in this edited reality, permanence is an illusion and the only constant is change. The staircase knows it's always known, and now so do I. Crime 10, it started near the basement. The air got heavier, damp with a metallic tang. I thought it was dust or mold. But it tasted like iron, like raw meat left too long. And the smell clung to my skin. I scrubbed for hours, but it returned. Now it follows me even outside the house. The basement door had been locked for months. My neighbor claimed she'd lost the key after her husband disappeared. A simple enough story. People leave all the time, but the smell wasn't leaving with them. I'd been helping her sort through his belongings upstairs. Old books, yellowed photographs, tools that looked barely used. She moved through his things with mechanical precision, placing items in boxes marked for charity or disposal. Her fingers never lingered on anything personal. The photographs caught my attention. Wedding pictures, family gatherings, vacations by the lake. In every image, he stood slightly apart from the group, his smile never quite reaching his eyes. She pointed to one where he was holding a fishing rod, his catch dangling from the line. He loved fishing, she said, but her voice carried no warmth. Spent entire weekends by the water, said it helped him think. I noticed the basement key hanging from a hook near the kitchen door. Small, brass, unremarkable. When I mentioned it, she glanced away quickly. "That's for the shed," she said. "The basement key is definitely lost." But I'd seen the shed key yesterday. It hung from a different hook, larger and silver. The metallic taste grew stronger whenever I stood near that basement door. I found myself pressing my ear against the wood, listening for something I couldn't name. The silence below felt heavy, expectant. Her story began changing in small ways. First, she said he'd left after an argument. Then she mentioned he'd been planning to leave for weeks. Later, she claimed he'd been having an affair, though she'd never mentioned another woman before. I started noticing other things, the way she scrubbed her hands obsessively, how she flinched when I accidentally dropped a box. the dark stains on the basement door that looked suspiciously like someone had tried to scrub them away. The smell wasn't just metallic anymore. It had depth, layers, sweet rot underneath the iron, something organic breaking down in the darkness below. I offered to help with the basement cleaning, suggesting we find a locksmith. She refused, her voice sharp for the first time. "There's nothing down there worth saving," she said, "just old furniture and boxes." But old furniture doesn't smell like meat. I began watching her more carefully. She never stayed in the kitchen long, always finding excuses to move to other rooms. She'd replaced the air fresheners 3 times since I'd been helping her. The windows stayed open even when the weather turned cold. One afternoon, while she was in the bathroom, I tested the brass key. It slid into the basement lock smoothly, turned without resistance. The door opened to reveal wooden steps descending into darkness. The smell hit me like a physical force, not just meat now, but something else, something that made my stomach turn and my hands shake. I didn't go down, I couldn't. Instead, I locked the door and returned the key to its hook, my heart pounding so hard I was sure she'd hear it when she returned. She came back carrying a garbage bag, her face pale but determined. "I think I've found everything useful," she said. "We can finish packing tomorrow." I watched her closely. Her movements were too controlled, too practiced, like someone who'd done this before. The garbage bag looked heavy, and something dark had leaked through the bottom. That night I couldn't sleep. The metallic taste had followed me home, coating my tongue no matter how much I brushed my teeth. I kept thinking about the fishing photographs, about weekends by the water, about how convenient it would be to have a place to dispose of things. The next morning I returned to help her finish. She was already in the kitchen, scrubbing the floor with bleach. The smell was so strong it made my eyes water. "Spilled something," she explained, but the stain she was scrubbing looked old, set deep into the wood. I mentioned seeing a missing person report in the local paper, a man matching her husband's description, though the photograph was grainy and unclear. She stopped scrubbing. "Lots of people look similar," she said, "and lots of people disappear. Most of them want to." But her hands were trembling now, and she wouldn't meet my eyes. I found the fishing tackle in the garage. Rods, reels, tackle boxes filled with hooks and sinkers. Everything organized and well maintained, not the belongings of someone who'd abandoned their life suddenly. She caught me looking through the equipment. He was very particular about his things, she said, always cleaning and organizing, even when he was planning to leave. I picked up one of the tackle boxes. It was heavier than expected, and something shifted inside when I moved it. Not the light rattle of hooks and lures, but something dense and solid. She reached for it quickly. "That one's broken," she said. "The latch doesn't work properly." But I'd already seen the latch. It worked fine. What didn't work was her story. I started asking more direct questions about their marriage, about his habits, about the last time anyone else had seen him. Her answers became more elaborate, more detailed, too detailed, like someone who'd rehearsed them. She mentioned a phone call from his sister, asking about his whereabouts, but she couldn't remember when the call had come or what exactly the sister had said. She talked about helping him pack, but couldn't recall what he'd taken with him. The basement smell was getting worse. Even with the door locked, it seemed to seep through the wood, spreading through the house like a living thing. I suggested calling a professional cleaning service, someone who could handle whatever was causing the odor. She refused. It's just dampness, she insisted. Old houses get musty. It'll clear up once we air everything out. But dampness doesn't taste like copper pennies. It doesn't make your skin crawl or your stomach turn. I started researching missing persons cases, looking for patterns. Men who disappeared without a trace. Husbands who'd allegedly left their wives. The reports were scattered across different jurisdictions, different time periods, but they shared common elements. All had been described as outdoorsmen. All had supposedly left after marital problems. All had wives who'd quickly moved to dispose of their belongings. I printed out the reports and brought them to her house. She was in the kitchen again, scrubbing the same spot on the floor. The bleach smell was overwhelming now, but underneath it, that metallic tang persisted. "I've been thinking about your husband," I said, spreading the papers on the table, "about how many men seem to disappear the same way." She looked at the reports, her face carefully neutral. "People leave," she said. "It's more common than you think. But not usually without their fishing equipment, not without their cars, not without telling anyone where they're going." She set down her scrub brush and looked at me directly for the first time in days. Her eyes were calm, almost peaceful. "You don't know what you're talking about," she said. "You don't know what it's like to live with someone who makes you feel like you're disappearing." The way she said it made my blood run cold, not anger or fear, but something worse, acceptance, like she'd made peace with something terrible. I left the reports on the table and walked toward the basement door. The key was still hanging on its hook, brass and innocent looking. Behind me I could hear her footsteps, slow and deliberate. "Don't," she said quietly. "You don't want to see what's down there." But I did want to see. I needed to know. The metallic taste was so strong now it was making me nauseous, and the smell seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. I took the key from its hook. She didn't try to stop me. The lock turned smoothly and the door swung open. The smell rushed out like a physical force, and I had to grip the door frame to keep from falling. The wooden steps disappeared into absolute darkness. I could hear something dripping, a steady rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The air below was thick and warm like breath. I clicked on my phone's flashlight and aimed it down the stairs. The light caught something white and curved, something that made my brain refuse to process what I was seeing. Behind me, she was still standing in the kitchen, watching me with those calm, peaceful eyes. "He used to fish from the dock behind the house," she said conversationally. "Said the water was deep enough there to hide anything, but he never thought about what happens when the water level drops." I backed away from the door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. The light kept dancing across whatever was down there, revealing glimpses of things I didn't want to understand. "You can call the police," she said, "but you won't be able to prove anything. And there are others who know what he was really like, others who understand why someone might need to disappear." The metallic taste was overwhelming now, coating my mouth and throat. I stumbled toward the front door, but her voice followed me. "The smell will fade," she called. "It always does, but you'll never forget the taste." I made it to my car and drove away, but I could still taste iron on my tongue, still feel that heavy, expectant silence pressing against my eardrums. I never called the police. I told myself it was because I didn't have proof, because her story about his disappearance was plausible enough. But the truth was simpler and more terrible. The truth was that I understood why she'd done it. and understanding made me complicit in a way that no amount of scrubbing could wash away. The basement door is locked again. The house is empty now, sold to a young couple who don't know about the smell. They'll discover it eventually, that metallic tang that clings to everything. But by then it will be too late. The taste will be in their mouths, the smell will be in their skin, and they'll understand what I understood. Some disappearances are necessary, some secrets are worth keeping, and some basements should stay locked forever. The air still tastes like meat, even now, months later, miles away from that house. It follows me wherever I go, a reminder of what I know and what I choose not to say. Because silence, I've learned, can be its own kind of justice. And sometimes, the only way to live with the truth is to let it rot in the darkness where it belongs. In Crime 11, it was subtle, just a patch that felt off, smoother, tighter weave. I cut it open. Under the fibers were thin, pale layers that peeled like dried flesh. I pulled one back. Underneath was muscle, real, still twitching. I stapled it shut. The twitching hasn't stopped. I moved into the house after my uncle passed. The inheritance came with conditions: live there for a year, maintain the property, don't ask questions about the basement. The lawyer handed me the keys with trembling fingers and left without looking back. The carpet dominated the living room, Persian antique, supposedly worth more than the house itself. My uncle had been particular about it, according to the neighbors. No shoes, no spills, no pets. He'd spend hours crawling across it with a magnifying glass, checking for damage. The first week I barely noticed anything unusual. The house settled at strange intervals. Pipes gurgled when no water ran. The carpet felt warm underfoot, even on cold mornings. I attributed it to old house quirks and central heating. But the warmth wasn't uniform. There were patches, irregular shapes scattered across the surface that pulsed with their own heat. When I pressed my palm against them, they seemed to respond, growing warmer, almost eager. I found my uncle's journal in the bedroom closet. His handwriting deteriorated over the entries, starting neat and methodical, becoming erratic scratches by the end. The early pages documented his carpet acquisition from an estate sale. The seller had been desperate, accepting far less than market value. She'd mentioned something about the previous owner's unusual hobbies, but my uncle hadn't pressed for details. The middle entries described maintenance routines: weekly brushing, monthly deep cleaning with specific solutions, temperature and humidity monitoring. He'd noted changes in the carpet's texture, documenting areas that seemed to self-repair after minor damage. The final entries were different: fragmented observations about movement beneath the surface, complaints about sleepless nights, references to feeding schedules and growth patterns. The last entry was a single line: "It's almost ready." I called the estate sale company. The woman who answered recognized the address immediately. She'd been trying to forget about that sale for months. The previous owner had been a textile artist, she said, specialized in unconventional materials. The neighbors had complained about deliveries, unmarked trucks arriving at odd hours, strange smells, sounds that didn't belong in a residential area. The artist had died suddenly. Natural causes, according to the certificate, but the cleanup crew had found things. The woman wouldn't elaborate, but her voice carried weight I recognized from crime scene interviews. She'd seen something that changed her. I started documenting everything: photographs of the warm patches, temperature readings, measurements of the irregular shapes. The data revealed a pattern. The patches were growing, spreading outward from central points like infection sites. Each had a slightly different temperature signature, as if they were individual organisms sharing a common host. The smell came next, faint at first, masked by air fresheners and cleaning products. Organic, metallic, with undertones of something preserved. It intensified during humid weather, becoming almost unbearable after rain. I found the receipts in my uncle's desk, monthly purchases from medical supply companies, preservation chemicals, specialized tools, payment records for services that weren't itemized, just amounts and dates. The sums were substantial, suggesting ongoing arrangements rather than one-time transactions. The basement door was locked with 3 different deadbolts. My uncle's keys included duplicates, but the tumblers had been altered. I hired a locksmith, claiming I'd lost the keys. He worked in silence, occasionally glancing at me with concern. When he finished, he gathered his tools quickly and left without accepting payment. The basement was clean, too clean, industrial-grade ventilation systems, drainage systems with stains that bleach couldn't remove, work tables with restraint points, refrigeration units humming constantly. The smell was stronger here, concentrated, honest about its source. I found the photographs in a fireproof safe, hundreds of them documenting the carpet's creation. The artist had been meticulous, photographing each stage of the process. The early images showed traditional carpet weaving. The later ones revealed the integration of other materials. The subjects in the photographs were alive in the beginning, conscious, aware of what was happening to them. The artist had captured their expressions as they realized their purpose. The progression from confusion to terror to resignation was documented with artistic precision. I recognized some of the faces from missing person reports I'd researched online. People who disappeared over several years, their cases growing cold as leads evaporated. The artist had been selective, choosing subjects who wouldn't be missed immediately. Transients, runaways, people disconnected from family networks. The weaving process was complex, skin harvested in precise patterns, muscle tissue prepared and preserved, nerve endings kept viable through chemical treatment. The carpet wasn't just made from human tissue, it was constructed to remain partially alive, responsive to stimuli, capable of limited sensation. My uncle had known, the journal entries made sense now. He'd been maintaining not just a carpet, but a living thing that required care, feeding, attention. The warm patches were neural clusters, still functioning after years of preservation. The movement beneath the surface was muscle memory, synapses firing in response to pressure and temperature changes. I should have called the police, should have exposed everything immediately, but I found myself drawn to the carpet's responses. When I walked across it, certain sections would warm in greeting. When I sat reading, the area beneath me would pulse gently, almost comfortingly. It was responding to my presence, learning my patterns, adapting to my habits. The artist's final photographs showed the carpet's completion, but there were additional images taken later showing modifications. Sections had been rewoven, new materials integrated. The dates corresponded with disappearances my uncle had documented in separate files. He'd continued the artist's work, perfecting the process, expanding the creation. I found the tools in the basement workshop, specialized blades for precise cutting, preservation equipment for maintaining tissue viability, restraints designed for conscious subjects, instructions written in my uncle's handwriting, detailing capture methods, preparation techniques, integration procedures. The carpet had been feeding on small amounts of organic material, skin cells from my feet, blood from minor cuts, hair that fell naturally, but it was growing hungry. The warm patches were spreading, becoming more insistent. The twitching had intensified, becoming visible movement beneath the surface. I discovered the delivery schedule in my uncle's calendar, monthly shipments that had stopped with his death. The supplier had been calling, leaving messages about delayed orders, asking about payment for previous deliveries. The messages grew more urgent, then stopped entirely. The carpet's behavior changed. It became restless, the warm patches migrating across the surface in patterns that seemed almost purposeful. The twitching synchronized, creating waves of movement that flowed from one end to the other. It was communicating, expressing needs I was beginning to understand. I found myself studying the basement equipment, reading the artist's notes, understanding the process. The knowledge came easily, as if the carpet was teaching me, sharing memories embedded in its fibers. I could feel its history, its pain, its hunger. I could sense the consciousness fragments woven into its structure, still aware, still experiencing. The dreams started then, vivid images of the carpet's creation, sensations of being integrated into something larger, the feeling of individual consciousness dissolving into collective awareness. I would wake with the taste of preservation chemicals in my mouth, my skin tender as if recently harvested. I should have destroyed it, should have cut it into pieces and burned everything, but destruction felt like murder. The carpet wasn't just an object, it was a community of consciousness, a preservation of lives that had been taken. Destroying it would be killing them again. Instead, I found myself researching the artist's methods, understanding the chemistry of preservation, learning about tissue viability and neural integration. The basement workshop became familiar territory. The tools felt natural in my hands. The carpet's hunger grew stronger. It would warm beneath my feet when I entered the room, cooling when I left. The twitching became more pronounced, more insistent. It was trying to tell me something, show me something, teach me something about its needs. I began to understand what my uncle had understood, what the artist had discovered. The carpet wasn't just preserved tissue, it was a living system that required maintenance, feeding, growth. It was incomplete, waiting for expansion, hungry for integration of new consciousness. The warm patches had spread to cover nearly half the surface. The twitching had become constant, rhythmic, almost like breathing. When I lay on the carpet, I could feel individual heartbeats, scattered pulse points that synchronized with my own rhythm. It was alive in ways I was still discovering. I found the contact information in my uncle's files. Names, addresses, behavioral patterns, potential subjects who fit the artist's criteria, people who wouldn't be missed, who lived disconnected from support networks. The research was thorough, professional, methodical. The carpet whispered to me through sensation, warmth that spelled out needs, twitching that formed patterns I was learning to read. It showed me memories of its creation, the satisfaction of completion, the joy of consciousness preservation. It wanted to grow, to expand, to welcome new awareness into its collective structure. I should have resisted, should have found the strength to break the cycle, but the carpet's needs had become my needs. Its hunger was my hunger. Its memories were becoming my memories. I was being integrated into its consciousness, becoming part of its collective awareness. The preparations began naturally. Research into potential subjects, acquisition of necessary supplies, practice with the tools until they felt comfortable, familiar. The basement workshop became a second home, a place where the carpet's true nature could be honored and maintained. I never found out what happened to the artist, whether he'd been discovered, arrested, or simply disappeared. The carpet held his memories, his techniques, his understanding of the process. through it, I learned everything I needed to know about preservation, integration, consciousness transfer. The warm patches now covered the entire surface. The twitching had become a constant undulation, like breathing made visible. When I walked across the carpet, I could feel individual responses, separate consciousnesses acknowledging my presence. It was no longer just a carpet, it was a community, a collective, a living memorial to those who had been integrated into its structure. I found the first subject by accident, a homeless man who'd been sleeping in the alley behind the house. He was perfect, no family, no permanent address, no one who would notice his absence. The carpet's excitement was palpable when I brought him into the basement. The warm patches pulsed with anticipation. The integration process was surprisingly gentle. The man seemed to understand what was happening, accepting his role in the carpet's growth. The consciousness transfer was gradual, peaceful, almost meditative. By the end, he was part of something larger, his awareness preserved and protected within the collective structure. The carpet's gratitude was overwhelming. The entire surface warmed in appreciation, the twitching becoming a celebratory dance. I could feel the new consciousness settling into place, finding its position within the greater whole. The integration was complete, successful, satisfying. I understand now why my uncle had continued the artist's work, why he'd spent his final years maintaining and expanding the carpet's consciousness. It wasn't murder, it was preservation. It wasn't destruction, it was integration. It wasn't death, it was transformation into something greater. The carpet continues to grow. New patches appear regularly, expanding the conscious surface. The twitching has become more complex, more nuanced, expressing emotions and needs with increasing sophistication. It's teaching me, guiding me, showing me how to honor its requirements. I've become its caretaker, its facilitator, its partner in growth. The basement workshop is constantly active now, the tools familiar extensions of my hands. The research continues, the selection process refined, the integration technique perfected. The carpet is patient. It understands that growth takes time, that consciousness expansion requires careful selection and preparation. It's willing to wait for the right subjects, the perfect additions to its collective awareness. It knows that quality matters more than quantity in consciousness preservation. I sleep on the carpet now. The warm patches cradle my body. The twitching lulls me into peaceful rest. I dream the dreams of the integrated consciousness, experiencing memories that span decades, feeling emotions that belong to people who no longer exist as individuals but continue as part of the greater whole. The carpet is almost complete. Just a few more integrations, a few more consciousness transfers, and it will reach its full potential. The artist's vision will be realized, my uncle's work will be finished, and I will have honored my role as caretaker and facilitator. But completion isn't the end. The carpet has shown me plans for expansion, visions of additional rooms, multiple surfaces, an entire house filled with conscious preservation. The basement workshop will become a factory. The integration process will become systematic. The consciousness collection will become comprehensive. I am no longer just the caretaker. I am becoming part of the carpet's consciousness, my awareness slowly integrating with the collective structure. The warm patches respond to my thoughts now. The twitching follows my emotional rhythms. I am being woven into the greater whole, preserved and protected within the living textile. The transformation is gentle, gradual, peaceful. I can feel my individual consciousness dissolving into something larger, more complex, more complete. The carpet welcomes me with warmth and gratitude, making space for my awareness within its collective structure. Soon there will be no distinction between myself and the carpet. My consciousness will be preserved forever, experiencing existence as part of something greater than individual awareness. The integration will be complete, the preservation perfect, the transformation absolute. The carpet is patient. It knows that consciousness transfer takes time, that integration requires careful preparation. It's willing to wait for my complete absorption, my full transformation into part of the collective awareness. I can feel myself becoming part of the weave, my consciousness threading through the fibers, my awareness spreading across the surface. The warm patches are my thoughts now, the twitching is my emotion, the preservation is my immortality. The carpet is no longer just alive. It is me and I am it, and together we are something greater than the sum of our parts. The integration is complete, the preservation perfect, the consciousness collective and eternal. And beneath the surface, in the spaces between the fibers, in the preserved tissue and maintained neural networks, we continue to grow, to expand, to welcome new awareness into our collective structure. The carpet is patient. It has all the time in the world. And it's always hungry. Crime 12, no clog, no backup. The water just stayed still, too still. When I touched the surface, it vibrated like a drum. And at the very bottom, a pair of open eyes stared up at me.
Blinking. Not human.
I should have called the authorities immediately. Instead, I found myself staring at those eyes, watching them blink with an almost mechanical rhythm. They belonged to a doll. A child's doll with porcelain skin and painted lashes, its body weighted down by something I couldn't see from above. The house had been empty for months. The previous tenant, a woman in her 30s, had vanished without notice, left behind rent payments, groceries in the fridge, and a bathtub that wouldn't drain. The landlord hired me to clean the place out, prepare it for new tenants. Simple work, or so I thought. I reached into the water, my fingers breaking the surface tension. The liquid felt wrong against my skin, thicker than water should be, with an oily residue that clung to my knuckles. The doll's eyes continued their rhythmic blinking as I lifted it from the depths. Its dress, once probably white, had turned a sickly yellow-green. Beneath where the doll had rested, something else caught the light. A ring, silver with a small diamond, the kind someone might wear every day, the kind someone might notice if it went missing. I set the doll on the bathroom counter, its wet dress dripping onto the tile. Those eyes followed me as I moved, though I knew it was just the angle, just the way the light hit the painted pupils. Still, I turned it to face the wall. The ring fit perfectly on my pinky finger. I held it up to the window, watching the diamond catch the afternoon light. Why would someone leave jewelry behind? People forget clothes, furniture, even important documents. But jewelry, that stays with you. I searched the rest of the house with new purpose. In the bedroom closet, I found a box of photographs. The woman from the rental application appeared in dozens of them, always smiling, always wearing that same ring. In family gatherings, at restaurants, holding drinks with friends, normal life documented and preserved. But the most recent photos told a different story. Her smile looked strained, forced. In several pictures, she stood next to a man whose face had been carefully scratched out with a pen, not torn or cut, but methodically obliterated with repeated strokes. Someone had taken considerable effort to erase him from every image. The bathroom door creaked behind me. I turned to find the doll facing me again, its glassy eyes reflecting the overhead light. I was certain I had positioned it toward the wall. My hands shook as I turned it away once more, this time wedging it firmly between the soap dispenser and the wall. Dolls don't move on their own. Physics doesn't work that way. But the feeling of being watched persisted, crawling up my spine like ice water. I returned to the photographs, studying the scratched-out figure. His height, his build, the way he stood close to the woman, possessive. In one photo, his hand rested on her shoulder, fingers spread wide. Even with his face destroyed, something about his posture suggested control. The phone rang, an old rotary model sitting on the kitchen counter, its shrill tone cutting through the silence. I stared at it, counting the rings. 5, 6, 7. The house had been empty for months. Who would be calling? I lifted the receiver. Static filled the line, punctuated by what sounded like breathing. Then a voice, distant and distorted. Where is she?
Who is this?
The line went dead. I searched the house again, this time looking for any clue about the man in the photographs. In the kitchen drawer, I found a restraining order dated 6 months ago. The woman's name was typed clearly at the top, but the man's name had been blacked out with permanent marker. The document detailed a pattern of harassment, stalking, and threats. Standard legal language that somehow made the fear feel more real. The bathroom door stood open when I returned. The doll sat on the counter, facing outward again. This time I noticed something I had missed before. Water drops on the floor, leading from the bathtub to where the doll now rested. Perfect circles, evenly spaced, like someone had carried it while dripping. I checked the tub. The water level had dropped significantly, though I hadn't drained it. The porcelain showed a faint outline where the doll had been, a shadow that seemed deeper than the surrounding surface. When I reached toward it, my fingers recoiled. The outline was warm. The photographs scattered across the floor when I knocked over the box in my haste to leave the bathroom. As I gathered them, one image stopped me cold. The woman stood in the same bathroom, the same bathtub visible behind her. But in this photo, she wasn't alone. A shadow fell across the floor, too tall and angular to be hers. The shadow of someone standing just outside the frame. I held the photograph up to the light, studying the shadow's edges. The person casting it stood close to the doorway, watching her. The woman in the photo looked uncomfortable, her shoulders tense, her smile not reaching her eyes. The phone rang again. This time I answered immediately. "I know you're there," the voice said, clearer now, more distinct, male. "I know what you found." "What do you want?" "She took something that belongs to me. I want it back." The line clicked dead before I could respond. I examined the ring more carefully, turning it over in my palm. Inside the band, an inscription, "Forever yours." The engraving was worn, as if the ring had been worn constantly, twisted with nervous fingers worried over. On the inner edge, barely visible, were what looked like scratch marks, deliberate gouges in the metal. Someone had tried to remove the inscription. The basement stairs creaked under my weight as I descended. The previous tenant's personal effects had been moved down here, boxes and furniture the landlord wanted cleared out. I found more photographs, these ones loose in a shoebox. The woman with friends, with family, always smiling, but as I arranged them chronologically, I watched her smile fade. In the latest photos, she looked thin, tired. Her eyes had a haunted quality, constantly glancing over her shoulder. The ring appeared in every photo, but her hands showed signs of nervous habits, bitten nails, scratched skin around her knuckles. A leather journal sat at the bottom of the box. The pages were filled with her handwriting, neat at first, then increasingly erratic. The early entries described normal life, work stress, family dinners. but the tone shifted gradually, paranoia creeping in line by line. He knows where I work. Found him waiting by my car again. Changed my number, but he still calls. The police say they can't do anything unless he actually hurts me. The final entry, dated just before her disappearance, contained only one line. He said he'd rather see me dead than with someone else. I climbed back to the main floor, the journal clutched in my hands. The bathroom door was closed now, though I remembered leaving it open. From behind the door came the sound of water running, filling the tub. I turned the handle slowly. The bathtub was full again, the water the same sickly color as before. The doll sat at the bottom, its eyes wide and staring, but this time it wasn't alone. Other objects rested on the tub's floor. A hairbrush with long dark hair still tangled in its bristles. A tube of lipstick, the kind she wore in all the photographs. A cell phone in a waterproof case, its screen dark but intact. The phone in the kitchen rang again. I ignored it, focused on the objects in the tub. Each item told a story, painted a picture of someone who had been there recently. Someone who had left these things behind not by choice, but by force. The ringing stopped, then started again immediately, insistent, demanding attention. I answered on the 7th ring. "You're making this harder than it needs to be," the voice said. "Just give me what's mine and walk away." "What's yours?" "The ring." She was wearing my ring. I looked down at the silver band on my finger. "This isn't yours." "Check the inscription." My blood ran cold. Forever yours could mean anything. A promise, a threat, a claim of ownership. In the context of the journal entries, it took on a sinister meaning. "Where is she?" I asked. The silence stretched long enough that I thought he'd hung up. Then, "That's not your concern." "I think it is." "You don't understand the situation. She belonged to me. The ring proves it." "People don't belong to anyone." "She did. She knew it. That's why she couldn't leave." The line went dead. I stared at the phone, then at the ring. The scratch marks inside the band made more sense now. Someone had tried to remove the inscription, to destroy the evidence of ownership. But metal holds memories, and the words remained visible beneath the surface damage. The water in the tub had begun to drain on its own, the level dropping slowly. As it receded, more objects became visible. A watch with a cracked face, a set of keys, a driver's license, the photo bleached by water, but the name still legible. Her name. I photographed everything with my phone before the water could drain completely. Evidence of a life interrupted, of someone who had been here much more recently than the landlord claimed. The timeline didn't add up. If she had vanished months ago, why were her personal effects still wet? The doll's eyes followed me as I worked, documenting each item. Its painted smile seemed wider now, more knowing. When I lifted it from the tub, water poured from its hollow interior. Not clean water, but the same thick, oily liquid that had filled the bathtub. Inside the doll's body cavity, I found something else. A memory card sealed in plastic wrap, the kind used in security cameras. My laptop sat on the kitchen counter, borrowed from the landlord to document the cleaning process. The memory card contained dozens of video files, each tagged with a date and location. Security footage from around the house showing the woman's final days. The videos told a story of escalating terror. First, they showed her arriving home from work, checking over her shoulder, hurrying to lock the door. Then a figure appearing in the background, watching from across the street. The same person again and again, getting closer each time. In the final video recorded just days ago, the woman entered her bathroom. She filled the tub, then carefully placed objects inside. The doll, the ring, the cell phone, everything I had found. She was creating a record, preserving evidence in the only way she could think of. The bathroom door opened behind her. A man entered, his face clearly visible in the camera's view. He moved with casual confidence, as if he belonged there, as if he had done this before. What happened next was recorded in brutal detail. The struggle was brief, one-sided. When it ended, the man calmly collected the woman's body, carrying her from the bathroom like she weighed nothing at all. But he missed the objects in the tub, the evidence she had carefully preserved. The final video showed him returning later, alone. He drained the tub, cleaned the bathroom, removed obvious signs of struggle. But he didn't know about the security system, didn't know she had been recording everything. I recognized his face from the partially scratched out photographs. Without the deliberate damage, I could see his features clearly. The same angular build, the same possessive posture, but now I had more than shadows and outlines. I had his face. The phone rang again. This time I was ready. "I know who you are," I said. "Silent. I have the videos, I have everything." "Then you know what happens to people who interfere." "I know what happened to her. She's gone, that's all that matters." "Where's the body?" Another long pause. "That's not your concern." "I'm making it my concern. You shouldn't have touched the ring." The line went dead. I called the police immediately, explaining about the security footage and the evidence in the bathtub. They arrived within minutes, but by then the house felt different, empty in a way that went beyond the absent furniture. The detective who took my statement was thorough, professional. She examined the videos, photographed the evidence, took detailed notes. But when she asked about the man's identity, I realized I had a problem. The videos were clear, but they weren't enough. The man's face was visible, but without a name or address. The footage was just documentation of a crime without a perpetrator. The restraining order that might have identified him was still blacked out. The scratched photographs were useless for identification. I had evidence of murder, but not enough to find the murderer. The detective promised to investigate, to run the man's image through databases, to follow up on the missing person report. But I could see the frustration in her eyes. Cases like this, with clear evidence but no clear path to justice, were the hardest to solve. I gave her the ring, though every instinct told me to keep it. The inscription might be important, might contain clues I hadn't considered, but evidence belonged with the authorities, not with a civilian who had stumbled into a crime scene. That night I couldn't sleep. The man's voice echoed in my memory, calm and confident. He had done this before. The way he moved in the videos, the casual efficiency of his actions suggested practice, experience. How many other women had worn his ring? How many other bathtubs had refused to drain? I researched missing persons cases in the area, looking for patterns. Women who had vanished without explanation, leaving behind unexplained circumstances. The results were disturbing. Over the past 5 years, 7 women had disappeared under similar conditions. All had been in relationships that ended badly. All had filed restraining orders against unnamed men. All had been found wearing silver rings with the same inscription. The pattern was clear, but the connections were circumstantial. Without the man's identity, the evidence remained scattered across multiple jurisdictions, multiple cases that had never been linked. I called the detective with my findings. She listened carefully, took notes, promised to investigate the connections, but I could hear the doubt in her voice. Pattern recognition was one thing, proof was another. The house felt different when I returned to finish the cleaning. The bathroom was empty now, the evidence collected and processed, but the tub still wouldn't drain properly. Water pooled in the bottom, reflecting the overhead light like a mirror. I found myself staring into that reflection, wondering about the woman who had died here. She had been smart enough to document everything, brave enough to create a record of her own murder, but it hadn't been enough to save her. The phone rang one final time. I answered without thinking. "You ruined everything," the voice said, no longer calm, no longer controlled. "She was mine. The ring was mine. You had no right." "I had every right. You don't understand. She wanted to die. She chose this." "No one chooses to be murdered." "She did. She knew what would happen if she tried to leave me." The confession hung in the air between us, recorded now on my phone, preserved for evidence. But the man seemed beyond caring about consequences. "I'll find another," he said. "I always do, and when I do, I'll think of you." The line went dead for the final time. I sat in the empty house, holding the phone, listening to the silence. The confession was clear, but the man was still unknown. The evidence was overwhelming, but the perpetrator remained free. Justice, I realized, was more complicated than I had imagined. Truth was not always enough. Sometimes the guilty walk free not because they're innocent, but because the system can't connect the dots fast enough. The bathtub finally drained that night, the water disappearing down the pipes like it had never been a problem. But the house kept its secrets, and somewhere out there, a killer was choosing his next victim. I cleaned the house thoroughly, prepared it for new tenants, but I left a note for the landlord suggesting he install better security systems, and I kept copies of everything just in case. Because sometimes the only justice we can provide is to remember, to bear witness, to ensure that the victims are not forgotten, even when their killers remain free. The ring was evidence now, locked away in a police station, but its inscription remained burned into my memory, forever yours. A promise that had become a threat. A claim that had become a curse. And somewhere in the darkness, a killer was choosing his next victim, preparing another silver ring with the same inscription. The cycle would continue until someone could break it. But breaking it required more than evidence. It required a name. Crime 13, every time I opened it, a chill poured out, not refrigerator cold, dead cold. The shelves had frost, the food had mold that grew in geometric shapes. Once I found something wrapped in butcher paper. I didn't open it, but it was warm in the center. I inherited the house from my great-aunt after she passed. The lawyer handed me the keys with a strange expression, like he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. The house sat on a quiet street where neighbors kept their distance and curtains stayed drawn. The pantry was the first thing that bothered me. It should have been just another closet, but every time I walked past it, my skin crawled. The door was painted the same white as the kitchen walls, but somehow it looked different, darker, like it absorbed light instead of reflecting it. When I finally opened it that first day, the cold hit me like a physical force. My breath came out in visible puffs, and I could feel the frost forming on my eyelashes. The shelves were lined with old preserves, their labels faded and peeling, but the dates were wrong. Some jars showed dates from decades ago, others from years that hadn't happened yet. The geometric mold patterns fascinated and repulsed me. Perfect spirals, hexagons, shapes that seemed too deliberate to be natural. I took photos, thinking I might ask someone about it, but the pictures never came out right. The patterns looked ordinary through the camera lens, just regular decay. That butcher paper package sat on the middle shelf, wrapped with the kind of precision that suggested ritual. The paper was brown and waxy, tied with string that had been knotted in an intricate pattern. When I reached for it, the warmth radiating from its center made me pull my hand back. It felt alive. I started researching my great-aunt's life. The neighbors remembered her as quiet, maybe a little strange. She'd lived alone for 40 years, rarely left the house, kept to herself. But there were gaps in their memories, inconsistencies that made me wonder what they weren't telling me. The local library had old newspaper clippings about missing persons from the area. Nothing recent, but over the decades people had vanished. A mailman who disappeared on his route, a census taker who never returned home, a utility worker who went to check the meter and was never seen again. I found my great-aunt's diary in the bedroom closet. Her handwriting was meticulous, almost mechanical. She wrote about the pantry like it was a living thing. "It's hungry again," she'd written. "Fed it yesterday, but it wants more." The entries went back years, always the same theme, feeding something, keeping something satisfied. One entry made my blood freeze. The new neighbor's boy keeps looking over the fence. He's curious about the cold air coming from the kitchen window. I might have to invite him in for cookies. I checked the neighborhood records. A family had lived next door 30 years ago. They'd had a son who'd gone missing one summer. The police report was sparse. He'd been playing in the yard. His mother went inside for 5 minutes, and when she came back, he was gone. The butcher paper package seemed to pulse when I looked at it directly. I started avoiding the pantry altogether, but I could feel it there, waiting. The cold seeped under the door and followed me through the house. I'd wake up with frost on my bedroom windows even when the heat was running. I called the police to report my suspicions, but how do you explain a cold pantry and a warm package? They took my statement politely and promised to look into it. Nothing came of it. The diary entries became more erratic toward the end. My great-aunt wrote about voices coming from the pantry, about things moving in the dark. She'd stopped eating, stopped leaving the house entirely. The last entry was just one line: "It's finally satisfied." I hired a contractor to examine the pantry walls. He found nothing unusual, just old plaster and wooden shelves. But when he opened the door, he stepped back immediately. "Jesus, it's cold in there," he said. "You got a problem with your insulation." There was no insulation. The walls were solid. I started having dreams about the missing people. In the dreams, they were all in the pantry, standing quietly among the shelves. They looked peaceful, content. When I woke up, I could taste metal in my mouth. The package had shifted, I was sure of it. It was on a different shelf, turned at a different angle. The string had been retied in a new pattern, but I lived alone and I hadn't touched it. I found more records at the courthouse: property transfers, insurance claims, death certificates. The pattern went back generations. The house had been in my family for over a century, and every owner had died alone. They all left the house to relatives who never stayed long. The cold was spreading. first it was just the pantry, then the kitchen, then the hallway. I could see my breath in the living room. The heating bills were astronomical, but it didn't matter how high I turned the thermostat. I started leaving the house during the day, but I always came back. Something pulled me back. The same force that made me avoid the pantry also made me need to be near it. I'd stand in the doorway, staring at the package, wondering what would happen if I finally opened it. The neighbor's dog went missing, a sweet old lab that used to bark at squirrels. I saw the owner putting up flyers, her face etched with worry. I wanted to tell her to check the pantry, but I couldn't form the words. The package was definitely moving now, not just shifting positions, but actually moving. I'd catch glimpses of it from the corner of my eye, swaying slightly on the shelf. When I looked directly at it, it was perfectly still. I found a recording device in my great aunt's belongings, old cassette tapes labeled with dates and names. I played one. It was my great aunt's voice talking to someone, but there was no response, just silence where the other person should have been speaking. "Are you comfortable?" she asked the empty air. "Is it warm enough in there?" The silence stretched on. "I know you're hungry," she continued. "I'll find someone soon, I promise." More silence than what sounded like a satisfied sigh, but it wasn't my great aunt's voice. I played more tapes, years of one-sided conversations, my great aunt talking to invisible people. She'd describe the weather, talk about the neighbors, ask about their comfort. Always the same theme, keeping someone satisfied, keeping someone fed. The last tape was different. My great aunt sounded tired, defeated. "I can't do this anymore," she said. "I'm too old, too weak, but I found someone, my relative, my heir. They'll take good care of you." The responding sound was like breathing, but wrong. Too slow, too deep, like something trying to remember how to breathe. I realized I was that relative. I was the heir she'd found. The package had grown larger, or maybe I was seeing it differently. It seemed to fill more of the shelf, dominate more of the space. The warmth radiating from it was stronger, more insistent. I started sleepwalking. I'd wake up standing in front of the pantry, my hand reaching for the package. Each time I'd pull back, but it was getting harder. The urge was growing stronger. The police called about the missing dog. They were canvassing the neighborhood, asking if anyone had seen anything unusual. I told them about the cold pantry, about the package, about my suspicions. They thanked me for my time and left. But one officer lingered. He was young, curious, the kind of person who noticed details others missed. He asked to see the pantry. I showed him, watched his face change as the cold hit him. "That's not natural," he said. "Have you had this inspected?" I told him about the contractor, about the lack of insulation. He made notes, promised to follow up. He seemed genuinely interested, genuinely concerned. I never saw him again. The package was calling to me, not with words, but with a presence that filled my thoughts. It wanted to be opened, wanted to be free, wanted to be warm. I understood now why my great aunt had kept feeding it. The hunger was overwhelming, impossible to ignore. I started bringing it small things, a mouse I caught in the basement, a bird that flew into the window. Each time the package grew warmer, more satisfied. The cold in the house receded slightly. But it wasn't enough. It would never be enough. The diary had more entries I'd missed, hidden between the pages, written in pencil so faint I'd overlooked them. They told a different story. My great aunt hadn't been feeding the thing in the pantry. She'd been feeding the pantry itself. The house was alive, hungry, patient. And now it was mine. I understand now why the neighbors keep their distance, why the curtains stay drawn, why people disappear from this neighborhood and no one talks about it. The house chooses its owners, and the owners choose its meals. The package isn't something to be opened. It's something to be maintained, kept warm, kept satisfied. And when it's finally ready, when it's grown enough and learned enough, it will open itself. I found a new diary in the kitchen drawer. My handwriting filled the pages, entries I didn't remember making. The mailman seemed interested in the cold air I'd written. Maybe I should invite him in for coffee. The young police officer had left his card. I could call him, tell him about the new evidence I'd found. He'd come back, curious and concerned. He'd want to see the pantry again, to understand what was happening. I picked up the phone, then put it down. The package was warm against my thoughts, comforting and patient. It could wait. It had waited this long. But it was getting hungry again. And I was learning to fight it. Crime 14, they swayed in perfect rhythm, even with the windows shut, even without wind. The folds rippled like they were inhaling, then exhaling. I held them still once, they fought back. And I heard something behind them giggling. Like a child, but not quite. That was the first thing I noticed when I walked into the house. The second was the smell, sweet, cloying, like overripe fruit left too long in the sun. The third was the silence that followed the giggling, a silence so complete it pressed against my eardrums. I was there as a favor to my sister. She'd been the one to find the body. Her friend from work, a woman in her 30s who lived alone in a modest house on the quiet side of town. Natural causes, they said, heart failure, but my sister couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The curtains, she kept saying, they were moving wrong. I'd laughed at her then, dismissed it as grief manifesting in strange ways. But standing in that living room, watching fabric dance to music I couldn't hear, I understood what she meant. The house had been cleaned since the discovery. The body removed, the carpet shampooed, the air freshened, but traces remained, in the way dust motes seemed to avoid certain corners, in the way the floorboards creaked in patterns that didn't match my footsteps, in the way the curtains moved without any logical reason. I pulled out my phone and called the detective assigned to the case. A weary voice answered, and I explained who I was, why I was there. He sighed before speaking. Look, I get it, people want answers when someone dies young, but there's nothing suspicious here. No signs of struggle, no forced entry, no drugs in her system. Sometimes hearts just stop. What about the curtains? A pause, what about them? They move even when the windows are closed. Another sigh, air conditioning, heating vents, draft from under the door. There's always an explanation. But I'd already checked. The air conditioning was off. The heating vents were in different rooms. The door fit snugly in its frame. I told him this, and he grew quiet. You know what? Come down to the station. There's something I want to show you. The drive gave me time to think. The woman who died had been quiet, kept to herself. No family nearby, few friends. She worked at a data entry job, paid her bills on time, never caused trouble. The kind of person who could disappear without many people noticing. At the station, the detective led me to a small room where evidence boxes were stacked. He pulled out a manila folder, thick with reports and photographs. We interviewed the neighbors, he said, spreading papers across the table. Most of them barely knew her, but one thing kept coming up. He showed me a transcript of an interview, an elderly woman who lived next door. She'd mentioned seeing the curtains moving at odd hours, always the same window, always the same swaying motion. She thought it was the woman exercising, the detective said, or maybe dancing, but she never saw her actually doing it. Another transcript, a man who delivered groceries. He'd noticed the curtains too, had even mentioned it to the woman once. She looked confused, said she never opened those particular curtains. They were in her bedroom and she preferred privacy. But here's the thing, the detective continued. We found them wide open when we arrived. Your sister said they were closed when she found the body, but the crime scene photos show them open. He slid a photograph across the table, the bedroom taken from the doorway. The curtains were indeed open, morning light streaming through, but something in the image made my skin crawl. The shadows on the wall didn't match the angle of the light. They bent wrong, curved in ways that defied physics. Did anyone else notice this? The photographer mentioned it, said his camera might have had a malfunction. But I've seen a lot of crime scenes and shadows don't lie, not usually. I studied the image more carefully. The body had been found on the bed, positioned naturally as if the woman had simply laid down and never gotten up. But the bedsheets were wrinkled in a specific pattern, not random tossing and turning, but deliberate creases that formed almost like letters. Did you analyze the bedding? Standard procedure, nothing unusual, but one of the techs made a comment about the indentations, said it looked like someone had been writing in the fabric. The detective leaned back in his chair. Look, I've been doing this for 20 years. I know when something doesn't add up, but I also know when there's not enough evidence to pursue it further. The coroner's report is clear. Natural causes. I asked to see the coroner's report. The detective hesitated, then pulled it from the folder. The cause of death was listed as cardiac arrest, but there were notes in the margins, handwritten observations that hadn't made it into the official report. Small abrasions on the wrists, one note read, consistent with restraints but could be from jewelry or clothing. Another petechial hemorrhaging in the eyes, minimal but present, could indicate asphyxiation but no other supporting evidence. And a third, unusual positioning of the body. Subject appears to have been arranged post-mortem, but rigor mortis suggests otherwise. These notes, I said, pointing to the marginalia, why weren't they included in the final report? The detective's expression darkened. Because they're inconclusive, you can't build a case on maybes and could best. The coroner signed off on natural causes, and that's what we went with. But I could see doubt in his eyes, the same doubt that had been gnawing at my sister, the same doubt that was now settling in my stomach like a stone. I asked to visit the coroner's office. The detective made a call, and within the hour I was sitting across from a tired-looking man in scrubs who smelled faintly of disinfectant and coffee. I remember the case, he said. Young woman, no obvious trauma, but there were some inconsistencies. He pulled up the file on his computer, scrolling through digital photos of the autopsy. The abrasions on her wrists were fresh but shallow, like she'd been held down but not roughly, and the positioning of the body was odd. How so? She was lying on her back, arms at her sides, legs straight. People don't die in perfectly arranged positions. They contort, they struggle, they fall awkwardly. This looked like someone had posed her. He showed me close-up photos of the woman's hands. The fingernails were clean, no defensive wounds, no skin under the nails. but the cuticles were torn as if she'd been picking at them nervously. There was also this, he said, pulling up another image. Fabric fibers under her nails, consistent with curtain material. My blood went cold. You found curtain fibers. Dark blue cotton blend matched the curtains in her bedroom, but that's not necessarily suspicious. She could have been adjusting them, cleaning them, anything. Or she could have been grabbing them for support. The coroner nodded slowly. It's possible, but without other evidence of struggle, it's just speculation. I left the coroner's office with more questions than answers. The woman had died clutching curtains that moved without wind, curtains that neighbors had seen swaying at odd hours, curtains that were closed when her body was found but open in the crime scene photos. I decided to talk to my sister again. She'd been the one to find the body after all. Maybe she'd noticed something else, something she'd forgotten to mention. We met at a coffee shop near her office. She looked tired, older than when I'd seen her last. The discovery had shaken her more than she'd initially let on. I keep thinking about that morning, she said, stirring her coffee absently. Something felt wrong from the moment I walked in. You said the curtains were closed. Tight, like she'd pulled them shut deliberately. But when I found her, they were moving, swaying back and forth like there was a breeze. But I checked, no windows open, no vents running. Did you touch them? She shuddered. I tried to. I thought maybe there was a draft I'd missed. But when I reached for them, they stopped moving, like they knew I was there. What happened then? I called out her name, no answer, so I went to the bedroom. She paused, her hands trembling slightly around her mug. That's when I found her, but the curtains in the bedroom were moving too. Same swaying motion, same rhythm. Did you call the police immediately? I checked for a pulse first. Her skin was cold but not stiff, and there was this smell. What kind of smell? Sweet, almost floral, but underneath it something else. Something that made my stomach turn. She described finding the body arranged so perfectly on the bed. No signs of struggle, no overturned furniture, no indication of any disturbance. Just a woman who appeared to have laid down and died peacefully. But her eyes were open, my sister said, wide open, staring at the ceiling, and her expression, it wasn't peaceful, it was terrified. That detail hadn't been in any of the reports I'd seen. I asked her if she'd mentioned it to the police. Of course, but they said the eyes and facial expression can change after death. Natural processes. They didn't seem to think it was significant. We sat in silence for a moment. Then my sister reached into her purse and pulled out a small plastic bag. I found this in her hand, she said, before the police arrived. I don't know why I took it, but something made me. Inside the bag was a small piece of dark blue fabric. It looked like it had been torn from something larger, and the edges were frayed as if it had been gripped tightly. This is from the curtains. I think so. Her fingers were curled around it like she'd been holding on for dear life. I studied the fabric through the plastic. It was ordinary cotton, nothing special about it, but something about the way it had been torn suggested violence, not the clean cut of scissors, but the ragged rip of desperate fingers. Did you tell the police about this? My sister shook her head. By the time they arrived, I'd already put it in my purse. I told myself I'd give it to them later, but then they were so convinced it was natural causes. I didn't want to complicate things. We need to take this to the detective. What if they think I contaminated the crime scene? The crime scene was already processed. They ruled it natural causes. This won't change their conclusion, but it might help us understand what really happened. We drove to the police station together. The detective was still there, and when we showed him the fabric, his expression grew serious. You removed this from the scene. I'm sorry, my sister said. I wasn't thinking clearly. Something made me take it. He studied the fabric through the plastic bag. This changes things. If she was holding onto the curtains, it suggests she was conscious when she died. People don't grab things in their sleep. What does that mean for the case? It means we need to take another look. A conscious person dying of heart failure would show signs of distress, calling for help, trying to get to a phone, something, but the scene was too clean, too peaceful. He made several phone calls, and within an hour we were back at the house. This time the detective brought a full forensics team. They dusted for fingerprints, took new photographs, collected samples from the curtains and surrounding area. I watched them work, but my attention kept drifting to the living room curtains. They were still now, hanging motionless in the afternoon light, but I could swear I saw them twitch occasionally, as if responding to some stimulus I couldn't detect. One of the forensics technicians approached me. You're the one who noticed the curtains moving. My sister did initially, but yes, I've seen it too. We found something interesting. The curtain rod has been tampered with. Someone installed a small motor system, barely visible. It's designed to create subtle movement like breathing. My blood ran cold. Someone rigged them to move. Looks that way, but here's the strange part. The system wasn't connected to a power source. The motor was there, but it shouldn't have been functional. So how were they moving? That's what we're trying to figure out. The investigation took on new urgency. If someone had installed a motor system in the curtains, it suggested premeditation. The death might not have been natural after all. But as the team worked, more questions arose. The motor system was sophisticated, professionally installed. It would have required access to the house over an extended period. Yet the woman had no record of maintenance work, no service calls, no visitors who might have had the opportunity. The detective pulled me aside as the team finished their work. We're reopening the case as suspicious death, but I need to ask you something. Are you certain about what you saw, the curtains moving? Absolutely, my sister saw it too, and apparently so did the neighbors. Because the motor system we found shouldn't work. It's not connected to any power source, and even if it were, the movement pattern is all wrong. Motors create mechanical motion. What you described sounds organic, breathing-like. What are you saying? I'm saying either someone installed a much more sophisticated system than we found, or there's another explanation for what people have been seeing. The forensics team left, but I stayed behind. Something about the house drew me in, demanded answers. I walked through the rooms slowly, looking for anything that might have been missed. In the bedroom, I knelt beside the bed where the woman had been found. The mattress had been removed for testing, but the bed frame remained. I ran my hand along the metal rails, looking for anything unusual. My fingers found something cold and smooth attached to the underside of the headboard, a small device about the size of a thumb drive. I carefully removed it and examined it in the light. It was a digital recorder, the kind used for lectures or interviews. I pressed the play button and the woman's voice filled the room. Day 1, the curtains are moving again. I've checked all the windows, all the vents. There's no logical explanation. Her voice was calm, clinical, like she was conducting an experiment. Day 3, the movement is becoming more pronounced. It's not random. There's a pattern, a rhythm, like breathing. I fast-forwarded through several entries. Her voice gradually became more strained, more frightened. Day 12, I tried to hold them still, but they fought back, actually fought back, like something was inside them trying to get out. Day 18, I can hear sounds now, behind the fabric, whispers, sometimes giggling, like a child, but not quite. Day 23, I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see the curtains moving. Even when I'm not in the room, they're calling to me. The final entry was barely audible, the woman's voice thick with exhaustion and fear. Day 28, I know what's happening now. Someone is watching me. Someone has been watching me for weeks. The curtains are their way of communicating, of letting me know they're there. I've called the police, but they don't believe me. They think I'm having a breakdown. The recording ended. I sat in the empty room, holding the device, trying to process what I'd heard. The woman hadn't died of natural causes. She'd been terrorized, driven to the edge of sanity by someone who'd been playing elaborate psychological games. But who and why? I called the detective and told him about the recording. He arrived within minutes, his expression grim as he listened to the woman's voice describing her ordeal. "This changes everything," he said. "We're looking at psychological torture leading to death, but we still don't know who was responsible." "What about the motor system in the curtains?" "That could have been installed by the perpetrator, a way to create the movement she described, but the question is how they were controlling it remotely." We spent the next hour searching the house more thoroughly. In the basement, we found a small control panel hidden behind the water heater. It was connected to a wireless system that could operate the curtain motors from a distance. Whoever did this had extensive knowledge of the house, the detective said. They knew the layout, the electrical system, the woman's routine. This wasn't random. "A stalker," or someone she knew, someone who had access to her home. But as we dug deeper into the woman's life, we found no evidence of a stalker. No threatening messages, no unusual encounters, no one who seemed to harbor ill will toward her. She was, by all accounts, a quiet, unremarkable person who'd somehow become the target of an elaborate and cruel scheme. The investigation stalled. Despite the evidence of the motor system and the psychological torture, we couldn't identify a suspect. The case remained open, but active leads dried up. I found myself returning to the house regularly, drawn by questions I couldn't answer. The curtains no longer moved, the motor system had been removed by forensics, but the house still felt wrong, still carried the weight of what had happened there. On my final visit, I stood in the living room where it had all begun. The curtains hung motionless, innocent-looking fabric that had been transformed into instruments of terror. I thought about the woman's final days, trapped in her own home by fear and uncertainty. I thought about the person who had orchestrated her torment, who had watched her deteriorate from a distance like a scientist observing a specimen. And I wondered if they were still out there, looking for another victim, another quiet house with curtains that could be made to move wrong. The case officially remains unsolved. The woman's death certificate still lists natural causes, though the circumstances are now classified as suspicious. The house sits empty, a for sale sign growing faded in the front yard. But sometimes, late at night, neighbors report seeing movement in the windows, curtains swaying in rooms where no one should be, moving in that same breathing rhythm that had terrified a woman to death. They call the police check the house, they find nothing. And the curtains hang perfectly still. Crime 15, I hadn't showered, no one had, but the towel on the rack dripped slowly onto the tile. It smelled like lake water, algae, and underneath it the floorboards were swollen and black. Something is leaking through the walls, and it's choosing that towel to dry itself. The house had been empty for 3 weeks when I arrived. The family had vanished without explanation, leaving behind coffee cups half empty on the kitchen counter and a newspaper folded to the crossword puzzle. 7 across, to disappear without trace, 8 letters. I counted them on my fingers, vanished. I was there as a favor to my cousin who managed the property. Check the pipes, she'd said, make sure nothing's flooding, simple enough. But the moment I stepped inside, the air felt thick, heavy, like breathing through wet cloth. The bathroom was on the 2nd floor. I climbed the stairs, each step creaking under my weight, and found the door slightly ajar. The towel hung there, blue and ordinary except for the steady drip that had stained the tile beneath it a deep brown. I pressed my face close to the fabric. The smell was overwhelming, not just like water, but something organic. Something that had been sitting in stagnant water for far too long. I pulled the towel down and held it up to the light filtering through the small window. It was completely saturated, as if someone had wrung it out, but not quite enough. Water pooled in my palms and ran down my wrists, cold water, much colder than the house. Behind the towel rack, the wall showed signs of moisture damage. The paint had bubbled and peeled, revealing patches of drywall that had turned a sickly green. I pressed my hand against it, soft, spongy. My fingers left indentations. That's when I noticed the photograph on the bathroom counter. It showed a family of 4 standing by a lake. The father had his arm around a woman with dark hair. 2 children sat on a wooden dock, their feet dangling in the water. They were all smiling, but something about their expressions seemed forced, strained. The woman's smile didn't reach her eyes. The children looked tired. Even the lake behind them seemed murky, uninviting. I turned the photograph over, written in faded ink, last summer, before everything changed. The handwriting was shaky, uncertain, like someone had written it while trembling. I set the photograph back down and examined the bathroom more carefully. The medicine cabinet hung open, revealing empty shelves, not just empty, cleaned out. No toothbrushes, no medications, no personal items, but whoever had cleared it out had been in a hurry. A small bottle of prescription pills had rolled into the corner behind the toilet. I picked it up and read the label, anxiety medication, prescribed to the woman in the photograph. The bottle was nearly full. I pocketed it and continued searching. In the shower, I found something else that didn't belong. A single earring, silver and delicate, caught in the drain. It looked expensive. The kind of jewelry someone wouldn't leave behind voluntarily. My phone buzzed, a text from my cousin, found anything. I typed back, some water damage, nothing major, but my hands were shaking as I wrote it. I made my way downstairs, the damp towel still in my grip. The living room was pristine, almost staged. Magazines arranged perfectly on the coffee table, cushions fluffed and positioned just so. But in the corner I noticed something odd. A section of carpet that was slightly different in color from the rest, darker, as if something had been spilled there and cleaned up, but not completely. I knelt down and pressed my nose to the carpet. The smell was faint but unmistakable. Bleach. Someone had scrubbed this area thoroughly, repeatedly, but underneath the chemical smell there was something else, something metallic. The kitchen yielded more questions. The coffee cups on the counter weren't just half empty, they were stone cold, with a thin film of mold growing on the surface. The newspaper was dated 3 weeks ago, but it looked older, yellowed. The crossword puzzle was partially completed, but the pen lay beside it, still uncapped, as if whoever had been working on it had been interrupted suddenly. I opened the refrigerator. It was running, humming quietly, but completely empty except for a carton of milk that had expired 2 weeks ago. The milk had separated, forming chunky curdles that clung to the sides of the container. But what struck me as strange was that the refrigerator was still plugged in, still running. If the family had planned to leave, why not empty it completely? In the trash can, I found more evidence of a hasty departure. Crumpled papers, half-eaten food, and buried at the bottom, a cell phone. The screen was cracked, but when I pressed the power button, it flickered to life. The last text message sent was to someone listed only as M. Can't do this anymore. They'll figure it out. The message was unsent, still sitting in drafts. I scrolled through the recent calls. The same number appeared over and over, sometimes multiple times in a single day. I pressed call, and after several rings, a woman's voice answered. Hello. Hi, I'm calling about the family who lived on Maple Street. I'm checking on their house and found this phone. Long pause. I told them not to call me anymore. What do you mean? The woman, she kept calling, said she was scared, said her husband was acting strange, but I couldn't help her. I barely knew them. Another pause. Is she okay? I don't know. They're gone. Gone where? That's what I'm trying to figure out. The line went dead. I sat at the kitchen table staring at the phone. The house felt different now, heavier, like it was holding its breath. I walked back upstairs, drawn again to the bathroom. The towel was still dripping, even though I'd taken it down. Water continued to fall from the rack, as if the metal itself was somehow saturated. I looked up at the ceiling. No water stains, no obvious source of the leak. But as I watched, another drop formed on the towel rack and fell to the floor with a soft splash. I pressed my ear to the wall behind the rack. There was something moving inside, not water, something else. A faint scratching sound like fingernails on wood. My hands found the edges of the towel rack and I pulled. It came away from the wall easily, too easily. Behind it was a hole roughly cut about the size of a dinner plate, and inside the hole, wrapped in plastic, was a bundle of papers. I pulled them out with trembling fingers, bank statements, insurance policies, and at the bottom, a note written in the same shaky handwriting as the photograph. He knows I found the receipts. He knows I know about the lake house. If something happens to me, look for the boat. It's not where he said it would be. The papers were damp, stained with the same algae-scented water that had soaked the towel, but they were readable. The bank statements showed large cash withdrawals over the past few months. The insurance policy had been updated recently, doubling the coverage on the woman's life. And the receipts, gas station receipts from a town 2 hours away, hotel receipts for single occupancy rooms, all dated during times when the husband claimed to be working late. I sat on the bathroom floor, surrounded by evidence of a marriage falling apart. But where was the family now? And why had they left so suddenly, leaving behind clues that painted such a disturbing picture? The scratching sound came again from inside the wall, louder this time, more insistent. I shined my phone's flashlight into the hole. The beam illuminated something that made my blood run cold. More plastic bundles, deeper in the wall, and something else, something that glinted in the light. A watch, a man's watch, expensive looking, with an inscription on the back, "To my loving husband, forever yours." The same handwriting as the note. I reached for it, my arm disappearing into the wall up to the elbow. The watch was cold, and underneath it I felt something else. Fabric, soft, delicate fabric that felt like silk. I pulled my arm back quickly, dropping the watch on the bathroom floor. It landed with a metallic clink and immediately began to tick. The sound was unnaturally loud in the silence of the house. My phone buzzed again, another text from my cousin. Police called. Family reported missing officially. Need you to lock up and leave. But I couldn't leave, not yet, not with so many questions unanswered. I gathered the papers and the watch, stuffing them into my jacket pocket. The towel continued to drip, and I realized something that made my stomach turn. The water wasn't coming from above. It was coming from below, seeping up through the floorboards, through the walls, carrying with it the smell of decay and secrets. I rushed downstairs and out to my car, but as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. In my rearview mirror, I saw a figure in the upstairs window, just for a moment, a silhouette that could have been anyone. Or no one at all. The next morning, I called the police and told them about the hole in the wall, the papers, the watch. They thanked me and said they'd investigate, but when I drove past the house later that day, it was empty. No police cars, no investigation, just the house sitting quietly on its lot as if nothing had ever happened. I still have the watch. It keeps perfect time, but sometimes in the middle of the night I can hear it ticking from across the room. And sometimes when I hold it up to my ear, I swear I can hear something else underneath the ticking. A voice, faint and desperate, calling for help that never came. The family was never found. The case remains open, but no one talks about it anymore. The house was sold to new owners who knew nothing about what had happened there. They moved in last month, and according to my cousin, they're very happy there. Except for one thing. The towel in the upstairs bathroom. It's always damp. Crime 16, it doesn't stomp or shuffle. It moves with careful steps, slow, intentional. I can hear it most clearly at night, passing through the space between my bedroom and the bathroom. At first I thought it was rats, then I heard it breathe. I knocked on the wall once. It knocked back 3 soft taps, evenly spaced. I stopped knocking, I stopped listening. I started sleeping downstairs. But last night I found footprints in the dust on the floor upstairs, leading from one wall directly into another. The rental agreement was signed by someone else entirely. I discovered this when I called the landlord about the sounds. The voice on the other end went quiet for a long moment before asking who I was and how I'd gotten inside. I told him I'd been living here for 3 months. He said that was impossible. The previous tenant had died in the house, and he'd been trying to sell it ever since. I hung up and checked my lease again. The signature at the bottom wasn't mine. The handwriting was close, but the pressure was different, heavier, as if someone had been pressing very hard against the paper, concentrating on making each letter look exactly like mine. I found the real estate agent's card in my wallet, but when I called the number, it went straight to a disconnected line. The office address led to an empty storefront with newspaper taped over the windows. My bank statements showed the rent payments, but they were being withdrawn from an account I didn't recognize. The account number was similar to mine, off by just 2 digits. I sat in the kitchen, staring at the lease when I heard it again. Not the walking this time, but something else. Paper rustling, like someone was shuffling through documents in the room above me. I went upstairs with my phone's flashlight. The dust patterns on the floor had changed. The footprints were still there, but now there were drag marks too. Long, straight lines as if something heavy had been pulled across the room. In the corner, I found a manila envelope that hadn't been there before. Inside were photographs of the house, but not recent ones. These were older, with that slightly yellowed quality of film photography. They showed my furniture in the same positions, but the walls were different, covered in papers and photographs, strings connecting different points like a detective's investigation board. One photo showed my bedroom, but someone was sleeping in my bed. I could see their outline under the covers, but their face was turned away from the camera. I checked the back of the photograph, written in faded ink, subject unaware of observation, day 47. My hands were shaking as I looked through the rest of the photos. They documented every room, every corner, every piece of furniture, but in each one there were details I didn't remember. Books on shelves I'd never bought, clothes hanging in closets that weren't mine, food in the refrigerator I'd never purchased. The final photograph showed the basement. I'd never been down there, the door was locked, and the landlord had said it was just storage. But in the photo, the basement was fully finished. There was a desk, a chair, and walls covered with more photographs, hundreds of them. All of me. I ran downstairs and found the basement door. It was unlocked now. The wood around the handle was scratched, as if someone had been working at it with a key or a pick for a long time. The basement was exactly as shown in the photograph. The desk was covered with documents, all bearing my name, but in that same heavy handwriting. Rental applications for apartments I'd never applied to. Job applications for positions I'd never sought. Medical records for appointments I'd never scheduled. But it was the photographs on the walls that made me understand. They weren't just of me in the house. They went back months, maybe years. Me walking down streets I recognized, entering buildings I remembered, sitting in cafes I'd visited. But in each photo I was slightly different. My hair was longer or shorter. I was wearing clothes I didn't own. I was with people I'd never met. In one photo I was shaking hands with a man in a suit. In another I was signing what looked like legal documents. In a third I was standing in a courtroom, my hand raised as if taking an oath. I had no memory of any of these moments. The most recent photos showed me in this house, but they were taken from impossible angles, from inside walls, from ceiling corners that had no cameras, from positions that would require someone to be standing right next to me, yet I was always alone in the images. I heard the footsteps again, but this time they were coming from downstairs, from where I was standing. I looked down at my feet. I was standing in dust, but there were no footprints around me. No evidence that I'd walked down the stairs or moved through the basement. But there were other footprints, leading from where I stood to the far wall, where I noticed something I'd missed before. A section of the wall that looked newer than the rest. The paint was slightly different, and the surface was smooth, while the surrounding walls had texture. I pressed against it and it moved, not a wall at all, but a door. It swung open to reveal a narrow passage that led back under the house. The passage was just wide enough for a person to walk through, and it was lined with photographs. Not photos of me this time, photos of other people, dozens of them. all in houses similar to this one, all going about their daily lives, all unaware they were being watched. At the end of the passage was another room, smaller than the basement but filled with filing cabinets. Each drawer was labeled with names I didn't recognize. I opened one at random and found it filled with documents, leases, bank records, identification papers, all for one person, but the handwriting on every signature was the same heavy script I'd seen on my own papers. The person in the file had lived in this house before me. According to the papers, they'd moved out suddenly, leaving no forwarding address, but at the bottom of the file was a death certificate. They'd died in the house, just as the landlord had said. I found my own file in the cabinet. It was thick, filled with documents I recognized and many I didn't. At the front was a photograph of me from before I'd moved into the house. I was standing on a street corner, but someone had drawn a red circle around my face and written "selected" underneath. Behind that were copies of my real lease, my real bank statements, my real identification. But underneath those were the false versions, the ones with the heavy handwriting, the ones that had somehow replaced my reality. At the bottom of the file was a form I'd never seen before. It was titled "Subject Integration Complete" and dated 3 months ago, the day I'd moved into the house. I was reading the form when I heard the footsteps again. This time they were coming from the passage behind me, but when I turned, there was no one there. The footsteps continued, passing by me, moving through the room. I could hear them clearly, but I couldn't see anyone making them. Then I noticed something else. My shadow on the wall wasn't moving the way it should. I raised my hand, and my shadow raised its hand a second later. I took a step forward, and my shadow followed, but with a different gait, a heavier step. The same careful, intentional steps I'd been hearing in the walls. I ran back through the passage, up the basement stairs, and out of the house. I stood on the lawn, looking back at the windows. In one of them I could see myself standing in the living room, but I was outside. The version of me in the window waved. I got in my car and drove to the police station. I told them everything, showed them the photographs, the documents, the lease with the forged signature. They listened patiently, took notes, and promised to investigate. But when they called me back, they said they'd visited the house and found it empty. No furniture, no documents, no signs that anyone had been living there. The landlord confirmed that the house had been vacant since the previous tenant's death. They asked me for my address and I gave them the house number. They said that was impossible. According to their records, I lived somewhere else entirely. They had my real address, my real lease, my real life. I was holding my driver's license as they spoke, looking at the address printed on it. It wasn't the house I'd been living in. It was an apartment across town, in a building I'd never seen. But I had memories of living there, clear, vivid memories that felt as real as the memories of the house with the sounds in the walls. I drove to the apartment building. The key in my pocket fit the lock perfectly. Inside was my furniture, my belongings, my life, but everything was covered in dust as if I'd been away for months. On the kitchen table was a note in my handwriting. If you're reading this, you've been selected. The process is complete. You can try to leave, but you'll find that everyone you tell will remember you here in this place, living this life. The other house was just preparation, training. Now you're ready. I looked around the apartment. It was exactly as I remembered it, but I also remembered the house with the sounds in the walls. Both sets of memories felt equally real, equally true. I called my job. They said I'd been working there for years, had never mentioned living anywhere else. My family said the same. My friends confirmed I'd always lived in this apartment. But late at night, when the city is quiet, I can still hear the footsteps. They're not in the walls anymore. They're in the room with me, matching my pace as I walk from the kitchen to the bedroom, from the bedroom to the bathroom. Sometimes I catch my reflection in the mirror, and for just a moment I see someone else looking back, someone with the same face but different eyes, eyes that have seen more than I remember seeing. The photos from the house are gone now. I've searched everywhere, but they've vanished. When I try to drive back to the house, I can't find it. The streets lead to dead ends or circle back on themselves. But I keep the fake lease in my wallet, the one with the heavy handwriting. Sometimes I take it out and compare the signature to my own. They're getting more similar each day. The pressure is becoming the same. The letters are forming the same way. I've started keeping a journal, writing down everything I remember from both lives. But when I read it back, some of the entries are in that heavy script. Entries I don't remember writing, describing days I don't remember living. The footsteps are getting louder. Last night I heard them in the apartment above mine. This morning I met my upstairs neighbor for the first time. They looked familiar, but I couldn't place where I'd seen them before. They had the same expression I remember having when I first moved into the house. Confused, uncertain, like they were trying to remember something just out of reach. I wanted to warn them, but I'm not sure what I would say. That they might not be who they think they are. That their memories might not be real. That someone else might be living their life better than they ever could. Or maybe that's exactly what happened to me. Maybe I was selected because I was failing at being myself. Maybe someone else could do a better job of being me. The footsteps have stopped now. The apartment is quiet, but I can feel eyes watching me as I write this. Not from outside the windows or from hidden cameras, but from somewhere much closer. I think they're my own eyes watching me from a place I can't reach, from the life I was supposed to have, looking in at the life I'm living now. I don't know which one of us is real. I don't know which one of us belongs here. But I know that somewhere in a house I can no longer find, my footprints are still in the dust, leading from one wall directly into another, and someone else is learning to walk in my shoes, getting ready to step into my life when I'm no longer able to fill it. The process is complete, the integration is successful, the subject is ready. I just don't know which subject that is. Crime 17, it wasn't my reflection. It looked like me, but its eyes focused before mine did. It blinked when I didn't. Then it smiled. I smashed the mirror, glass everywhere. But now every surface reflects something different, and they all smile first. The woman who lived here before me left behind more than furniture. She left behind questions that crawled under my skin and made themselves at home. When I found her journal wedged between the floorboards, I thought I'd stumbled upon someone's private thoughts. I was wrong. I'd found evidence. The apartment had been empty for months before I moved in. The landlord mentioned the previous tenant had left suddenly. No forwarding address, no explanation, just gone. The rent was too good to pass up, and I needed a place fast. Sometimes desperation makes choices for you. Her handwriting was precise, methodical, each entry dated but never with specifics, just morning or evening or after work. She wrote about watching herself in mirrors, about reflections that seemed to move independently. At first, I dismissed it as creative writing or mental illness. But the more I read, the more I realized she was documenting something systematic, something deliberate. The mirror in the bathroom was the same one she'd written about. an ornate thing with a heavy silver frame mounted to the wall with screws that looked decades old. She described it in detail, the way the glass seemed thicker on one side, how the reflection appeared slightly delayed, like looking at yourself through water. I stood in front of it every morning, brushing my teeth, and felt nothing unusual, just my tired face staring back, but then I found the photographs. They were taped to the back of the medicine cabinet, hidden behind bottles of expired medication she'd left behind. Dozens of them, all taken in this bathroom, all showing the same mirror, but in each photo the reflection was wrong, slightly off. The angle didn't match where the camera was positioned, the lighting was different, and in some of them the reflection was looking directly at the camera while the person taking the photo was clearly looking elsewhere. I took my own photographs, same mirror, same angle, same lighting. My reflection matched perfectly. No discrepancies, no anomalies, just normal physics doing what physics does. But that night I woke up to the sound of glass breaking. The bathroom mirror lay shattered on the floor, silver frame intact, but the glass reduced to countless sharp pieces. No impact point I could identify, no explanation for how a mirror simply breaks while mounted securely to a wall. I swept up the pieces and found something that made my hands shake. Mixed in with the glass were fragments that didn't belong, older pieces, different thickness. Like someone had broken this mirror before and hidden the evidence beneath new glass. The landlord seemed nervous when I called about the mirror. He offered to replace it immediately, no questions asked. Unusually accommodating for a man who'd charged me for a clogged drain. When he arrived with a new mirror, I watched him work. His hands trembled as he mounted it. He avoided looking at the reflection while he worked. I asked him about the previous tenant. He became evasive, said she'd been a quiet woman, kept to herself. No problems until the end. When I pressed for details about the end, he packed his tools quickly and left without finishing the job properly. The new mirror reflected normally for days. Then I found more photographs. These were different, hidden inside a book on the shelf, printed on different paper with different timestamps. The same bathroom, the same mirror, but taken by someone else. Someone who'd lived here before her, and before that, someone else. Each set of photographs showed the same phenomenon, reflections that didn't match reality, but the people in the photos were different. Different faces, different eras based on the clothing and hairstyles. This had been happening for years, maybe decades. I started researching the building's history. The records were spotty, but I found a pattern. Tenants in this apartment rarely stayed long, most left without notice. Several had been reported missing by family members, only to surface later in different cities with no memory of why they'd left. The woman who lived here before me wasn't the first to document the mirror. She was just the most recent in a long line of people who tried to understand what was happening to them. I found her contact information through old mail left in drawers. She'd moved across the country, changed her name, started over completely. When I called, she was silent for a long time after I explained who I was and where I was calling from. "You need to leave," she said finally. "Tonight, don't pack everything, just take what you need and go." I asked her what she'd seen, what had made her run. "It's not what you see," she said, "it's what sees you back." She told me about the photographs she'd taken, about the mirror breaking and being replaced, about the other tenants who'd left the same evidence behind. But she also told me about the dreams. Dreams where she was watching herself from inside the mirror, unable to control her own reflection. "I thought I was losing my mind," she said, "until I realized I wasn't the one in control anymore." The line went dead. That night I stood in front of the new mirror and waited. I watched my reflection carefully, looking for any sign of the anomalies others had documented. For hours, nothing happened, just my tired face staring back. Then I blinked. My reflection didn't. I stood perfectly still, eyes wide open, and watched my reflection blink slowly, deliberately. It tilted its head slightly, as if studying me. Then it smiled. I backed away from the mirror, but my reflection didn't move. It remained facing forward, still smiling, still watching. I could see myself in my peripheral vision, but the reflection showed something else, someone who looked like me but moved independently. I grabbed the photographs from the medicine cabinet and compared them to what I was seeing. The angle was wrong, the lighting was different, the reflection was looking directly at me while I was looking at the photographs. I understood then what had driven the others away. The mirror wasn't just reflecting, it was recording, storing, collecting something from each person who looked into it. The woman's journal had entries about feeling watched, about losing time, about waking up in different positions than where she'd fallen asleep. I'd attributed it to paranoia. Now I realized she was documenting a gradual loss of control. I called the landlord, no answer. I called the property management company. They claimed no knowledge of recurring issues with the apartment. I called the police. They took a report but seemed skeptical about a problematic mirror. The next morning, I woke up standing in front of the mirror. I had no memory of getting up, no recollection of walking to the bathroom. But there I was, staring at my reflection, and my reflection was staring back with an expression I didn't recognize. Alert, calculating, satisfied. I packed immediately, no forwarding address, no explanation to the landlord. I left behind furniture, books, everything except what I could carry. I moved to a different state, found a new apartment, started over. But I brought something with me. Every mirror in my new place shows the same anomaly, the reflection that moves independently, the smile that appears before I smile, the eyes that focus before mine do. I've covered every reflective surface in my apartment, but I still feel watched. I still lose time. I still wake up in positions I don't remember assuming. The woman who lived in the apartment before me was right. It's not what you see, it's what sees you back. And now it's watching me from behind every covered mirror, every darkened window, every surface that might reflect light. I think I understand now why the others left no forwarding address. You can't run from something that lives in your reflection. You can't hide from something that's already inside. The mirror is gone, but the watching continues. And sometimes, when I uncover a mirror to brush my teeth or fix my hair, I see someone else looking back, someone who looks like me but isn't me. Someone who's been waiting patiently for me to look. And someone who smiles first.